Welcome to America's Third Party, everybody. I'm David Sponheim, running for president in 2016. This is the beginning of our anti-war rally, which we do every weekend now. We've been doing it for nearly 2 years. And you know something? It's working. We've stopped war. It's amazing. We have stopped war. The war that Barack Obama and John McCain wanted in Syria, where they were staging up a conflict, pushing for ISIS and all these organizations to be some sort of a terror group. That propaganda war is still going on. But the real war hasn't engaged, and that's a good thing. So we've held back World War III, essentially. Now, a logical person would say, wait a second, why would we want to start a war with Syria when they're clearly a former satellite nation of Russia? As the Soviet Union broke up, Syria was still a big part of their tactical position around the world. Well, it's because our leaders don't have any real intent to have peace. For over almost 237 years now, our country's been at war. In our history, that's more than 90% of our history. So it's more and more apparent that this war is intentional, that they want to start or trigger World War III because that's the only way they profit. You see, all wars are bankers' wars. And when bankers want to make money on munitions and ordnance, or like Halliburton, they make money just cleaning clothes for military officers. They get $100 for every bag of clothes that they clean, and they pay somebody $5, some immigrant, to do that. So there's a lot of money in war, and that's why they keep pushing for war, if you're wondering. Now, as a voter, you've got a big decision to make coming up. You've got to decide whether you're ready to pull out of the two-party system and vote for a third-party presidential candidate. By writing my name in, we will force a recount, guaranteeing that the Diebold voting system won't be able to cheat in this upcoming election. Now, I know more and more people have become incredibly aware of the corruption in our country. 90% of our country do not trust their public officials. And I realize that this is a great opportunity right now to build this third party, but we are being suppressed. We are being censored. Ever since 2008, we have not had any of our press releases read or proposed or even brought up in the mainstream media. I've had camera crews at my house twice. They've interviewed me for a cumulative total of 30 minutes, and not one bit of footage ever appeared in the mainstream media. So, we've got a hit counter lock on YouTube. If you're wondering why our YouTube hits are so low, people are watching them, but the hit counter doesn't work. You can try it yourself from multiple IP addresses. This is the illusion they've created, a sense that you have free choice, that by voting either Republican or Democrat, you have free choice. But you see, they see you as just a simple cow, a useless eater, a sheep. They want to stick you in one of those troughs to get you to the slaughterhouse, and their end game is depopulation. They even say so. They teach people in schools now. You go to schools. Back when I was going to college, the Marxist-led university at UCLA was teaching this idea of limits to growth. And today they still teach that idea that we can't have a large population. We can't sustain a large population. And the reason why is our country, essentially, has leaders that don't want to clean the air. They don't want to clean the water that we drink. They are basically receiving funding from capitalist pigs that fund them with re-election funds. And they basically don't care about humanity. You see, the elitists want less people on the planet so that they can live here longer and control the resources longer. So we have to fight this not only on an intellectual basis, but just a practical basis, a common sense basis. We are the only species, the human species is the only species that purposely, willfully, is trying to get rid of itself. Think about it. Instead of cleaning the water and the air and providing more food and becoming bountiful, we're supposed to just get rid of the population. And these elitists, they have a very short timetable. They project 2026. They're going to get rid of 90% of the population that currently exists today. We've got 10 years of drought, pestilence, and I'm not talking prophecy here. I'm talking reality. I mean, look at California. It's a veritable wasteland. One of our supporters, Scissor Fight, sent me a photo of his backyard. It looks like dried, parched weeds. Hardly anything grows. So we've got a serious problem here. Our country is being dehydrated on the West Coast, in Arizona, Nevada, and the Midwest. Our crop production is dropping. Barack Obama is inattentive to the growing homeless population, now twice what it was under Bush. Bush had about 1.6 million people in America were homeless. Now it's closer to 4 million people in America are homeless. So yeah, no solutions, no out of the box ideas from the Democrats, Republicans, and a stalwart two-party system that won't flex with the times. And one of the biggest criticisms I get from people that listen to the debates, the Republican and the Democratic debates, is that they don't address the real issues facing our nation. And I'm not talking about just jobs. Far from it. Well, we've become very lazy, but we're dealing with veritable air pollution that's purposely being engineered. Thank you. I fixed my hair. I'm shocked by a picture that I saw that came in the show. Scissor Fight brought this in. It came about 3 weeks ago. This is South Australia, where a major drop of chemtrails were dumped in the sky in order to control the weather pattern. They're trying to avert any moisture to the California coastline. And they start as far back as Australia. They're trying to create a drought for the most valuable state in our union with the greatest economy. They're trying to screw over our best state. I'm not saying it's our best state simply because it's a great state and I was born there. I'm talking about the simple fact that it's one of the largest economies in our nation in terms of states. So chemtrails are something I discuss. I'm not afraid to discuss it. In fact, I'm more than willing to talk about it publicly on news cameras, and I'll defend my ideas, and the arguments that are out there are valid scientific proof that this is weather modification going on daily without any oversight by our government or the people of this country. We're not getting any response whatsoever. I am a person who's never done anything criminal in my life. I've always obeyed the law, and I will continue to do that. And my goal is to build this nation into a much more sustainable nation by following my heart, my dreams, my principles. I believe that we can get this nation running efficiently, and you and your families can have a cleaner life with cleaner water and cleaner air and a chance to get an education. All right. So we have to ask ourselves, if this is an intent of these elitists to create war, how can we divert it? How can we avoid it? And I think the best thing you can do is talk about it among your family. There are ways of becoming a conscientious objector, but you have to follow a strict set of methods. Now, I wouldn't want to go fight a foreign war for some corporation. And many of you who have fought the foreign wars for corporations have wondered why you were doing it. Well, ideally, we're trying to protect freedom. Not only our freedom, but the freedom of our allies. And in the process, we've killed a lot of people. And war has been a terrible disaster. Long term, it poses a big, huge threat to peace. I mean, how can we possibly achieve peace by going to war? It's impossible. But somehow our leaders convinced us that we have to keep a really strong military. And I do support a really strong military, but I don't really support the selective service and the draft. I'd like to see that put to rest. No more draft, folks, under my presidency. So that's another thing you can tell your friends about. Ending war, bringing our troops home, and doing some things that'll help our economy, like ending the Federal Reserve. These are a big part of what we plan to help our nation with. But none of the other people in the country, the other two parties, they don't really have a real solid plan for boosting our economy and bringing our troops home and separating from the Federal Reserve. We do. In fact, we wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, which you can check out at AmericasThirdParty.com. It's in the store. So you click the store tab, and it's only 99 cents now to download and read. It provides a full plan to get our country to get a return on investment, run efficiently, bring money back in from all the money that goes out. Yeah, we're trying to get that feature to work. Thanks. There it is. Hey, I don't really need a job. I retired at a young age. I did pretty well, I must say. And I really don't think it's important to stand there and work your way through life hoping that someday you'll have enough money in your IRA to retire. I'm not a person who invests, in my savings are not in any way invested, so I don't make any money. I realize now you can barely make any money at all in interest. You get, 1% if you're lucky in a long-term CD? I mean, that's ridiculous. It is an avocation at this point. If I've given it 7 years nonstop. I've done 7,000 plus hours of broadcasting. And for me, this is an avocation. If I made it a vocation, I'd draw a salary. But I don't draw a salary from this. Many of you are kind of a little bit lost in your understanding of American politics. You tend to believe that there's such a thing as fairness. That's not happening. We've got a person named Hillary Clinton who will not answer any question that comes her way. This was a response she had regarding Benghazi. Listen to this.
Quote, the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails. But there are a lot of people who are not.
Well.
Including FBI officials looking into whether national security was compromised because of this server. And this is something else that is very... Sanders said that, quote, the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails. But there are a lot of people who are not.
Well.
Including FBI officials looking into whether national security was compromised because of this server. And this is something else that is very... Sanders... People are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails. But there said that...
Read her eyes here. Hang on. Okay, yeah, well, this is a woman who may very well be a robot. We don't really know. At this point, it's a little bit suspicious, I gotta tell you. Yeah, well, it is a fake laugh, and she never did talk about why she purged 5 months worth of emails and put them on a private server, top secret information. And you'll notice that the two parties are not in any way questioning this now. Democrats never question themselves at all. Republicans never question the Democrats on this issue now. After Trey Gowdy, fell flat on his face, and there were numerous threats of a lawsuit against him and against the Republican Party, they got the Republicans running scared. So no Republican is calling for the indictment of Hillary Clinton right now. Isn't that interesting? Not even Donald Trump, which is really shocking. It makes you realize the two parties are completely bought off. I'm convinced of that. All right, apparently we had a lot of guests that didn't really have anything to say, but the people that are here can listen to the show instead. All right, so what do we stand for? We want to pay Americans first. At America's Third Party, we are pushing this idea. I'm kind of throwing it out there as a bait to see if it gets a hook. I'm wondering if Donald will take this idea or not. I'm not sure at this point. But the Pay Americans First plan is our plan to not pay illegal aliens any welfare or food stamps, and not pay non-U.S. citizens completely. And green card holders wouldn't collect food stamps or welfare. Well, I haven't heard him say that because none of the Republicans have actually filed a lawsuit. I'm surprised he isn't filing a lawsuit right now against Hillary. He could easily pursue a public disclosure violation because she, as a public official, Secretary of State, would have been required to submit all emails in triplicate and have a redundant server. That was part of the deal. And she's completely failed that. And this is a good cause for a public disclosure lawsuit in civil court. It would be a Class C felony. But he hasn't done that either. So all talk and no action from Trump. And now he's reversing his position on no refugees. Remember when he took my idea, which I've said for over 2 years, that I wouldn't allow refugees coming into the country? He restyled it and said he didn't want Muslims into the country, targeted Muslims. I never did that. But now he's softening up on the Syrian refugees in the debate. Did you see that? He's like, well, I understand a lot of people have serious problems in seeking humanitarian aid. And come on. No refugees is no refugees, Donald. Don't equivocate. Well, believe me, Hillary has enough dirt on her to bury her. Financially, she's buoyant, so she's able to buy anybody any press she needs. The dirt isn't the problem. The fact that she's so financially buoyant with $2.3 billion in her war chest to win the campaign. I mean, if it does seem like money is buying politics right now, and that being the case, money also directs war. And money in and of itself, the love of money is apparently the root of all evil. It's proving to be true again and again and again. So anybody who's in here promoting a person who's a 1%er trying to run the country like Donald or Hillary is completely lost and doesn't deserve to be in here talking with us, third party people. So obviously we're becoming a select group of people, guys, the ones that are aware and the other ones who are absolute morons. So it's becoming, we're extracting right now in the middle of the political spectrum, and some of you may not make the cut. Trump's tactic is a joke. Trump and Hillary are bosom buddies. There's no separation there, buddy. The fact that you think Trump is against Hillary, you miss the whole point of the image I just showed you. Maybe you don't understand this. It's too complicated for you. Some of you have an inability to comprehend abstract thoughts. I get that. Focus on what the statement here is. This is Scissor Fight's artistic rendition of what we're talking about. Many of you still think the Democrats are against the Republicans. And while you're looking at that, why don't I bring up the other information about the similarities between Trump and Hitler, and then you'll understand a little bit more about what's going on here. Okay, I'm going to show you Adolf Hitler had used racism to rise to power. Trump is using racism to rise to power. Proposed mass deportations, Hitler did. Trump wants to propose mass deportations. Promised to make Germany great. Trump finds this country not great. He doesn't think this country's great, so he's basically already a traitor to our nation. Looking at our nation as if it's some, ridiculous, half-witted, lackey nation. Apparently, when you live in a Trump tower, you look down upon people. So everybody must seem like Trump wants to make America great again, because he must think our country isn't great, because we're not all living in Trump Tower. I'm getting her done right now. Some of you don't have the right to come in here, so we'll be banning you efficiently. Many of you don't realize that I've done this for 7 years without a beat, without breaking the beat. I'm like a metronome in politics. You can't stop me. I've got such a roll going that you can't even begin to faze me. You're like flecks of dandruff as I go along in my merry way. Yeah, it's kind of funny. So Hitler was an anti-Jew fascist. Trump is an anti-Muslim fascist. I want you to read that. Hitler blames Jews for Germany's problems. He did. Donald Trump doesn't blame the top 1%ers like himself. He's blaming immigrants for America's problems. He's not blaming all the money that's been given out to him and his cronies at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan and Donald Trump Enterprises. Basically, Hitler thought Jews should wear IDs. Trump thinks Muslims should wear special IDs. So you see the similarity here. Okay. I'll talk to an empty show if nobody wants to come in and get a username. Yeah. You really think that I should just do the show for a bunch of freaks that come in here and have no idea what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's amazing. A lot of you just don't understand. This show is really designed for the supporters, not for a bunch of imbeciles. People like Sir Waffles is a supporter. He's great. Sir Waffles, thank you for coming in. Thank you. Let me take a look here at what Sir Waffles discovered in his searches, and it's one of the best links I have. I play this on occasion. We'll play it tonight later. But Hillary Clinton is actually extremely disturbing. And she represents the New World Order just like Donald Trump. And she's quoted saying this: "At the rate that technology is advancing, people will be implanting chips in our children to advertise directly into their brains and tell them what kind of products to buy." Yeah, we're just many things about Hitler and Donald Trump kind of add up. So yeah, you could expand the list if you want. Yep, Hitler was used by the bankers to stop communism. Good point. Donald Trump is being put out there by the Federal Reserve and all the people that want to retain their power. He's acting like he's an anti-establishment character when you can't get through 4 corporate bankruptcies and not have establishment ties. I mean, look at the fact that Chris Christie just mindlessly supports Donald Trump. Chris Christie, the guy who has all those connections, in New Jersey, the little happy jelly belly guy who pretends like he doesn't have connections, but he does. Yeah, I think you all have to realize this is a very dark world we're living in, and the scrim we have pulled over our eyes is going to have to just disappear, because it's time to wake up, folks. It really is. We're running out of time. In a few years, there won't even be a free internet. It won't even be available. That's right, Trump will sell off America to China, sure. That's what these people do. Like Chris Christie wants to sell parts of New Jersey just to pay for his expanded budget and expense account. That's what people like that do. They constantly borrow money. Yep. So we want to make sure that this Pay Americans First thing is out here. In case the wording comes up again by any other politician, we want to know, because this is kind of like my bait right now. I want to see if he wants to take it. He's already grabbed the no individual mandate idea that I have. He's already used that himself. He hasn't quite used the wording, the 4-day work week approach that I'm preferring. I've talked about this one. This is another selling point I'm pushing. The 4-day work week for government jobs is something that we want to see happen. And it would set the precedent. We'd offer benefits to companies that have a 4-day work week, like a 2% loan. As long as they hire people at $15 an hour, we'll be approving their deal. And we could add the 4-day work week to that loan package, which gives companies a chance to either hire a separate group of people working in 3.5-day shifts, or 4-day shifts, 3-day shifts. They can do that if they want to go 7 days a week. That employs more people. You see the concept? 4-day work week will actually increase the number of employees' opportunities in America. Okay, now the FBI is instructing teachers. This is how the police state is getting more and more invasive. The FBI is now going to instruct teachers to report any radical students. Interesting. The U.S. FBI has introduced a new mass surveillance program which instructs U.S. high schools to report students who show signs of being future terrorists. Big Brother's here, and he is penetrating the ranks of our education system. I agree, some jobs have to be 24/7, but a 4-day work week opens up a whole new opportunity for more workers. Good to see you, Bats Bugs. Thank you. Abnormal, you don't have to continue, engaging in politics. We can just have happy days and chat. It's no big deal. Just relax, man. This isn't some required, viewing time for you. Sir Waffle says, scary, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And you're here. All right, so maybe Trump is getting funding from people to carry on his campaign. According to a video I played last night, Trump's only put about $250,000 into his campaign. The rest has been borrowed or loaned. He himself loaned it. So $24 million so far in his campaign. That was something that came up in that video I played. But only $250,000. So the cost of my house, basically, has gone into his campaign. So it's funny how money pretends like it's bigger than it is. It's interesting. Cold, hard cash speaks louder than borrowed money. Okay, you're watching the elections? Okay, great. Okay, so I think we've got control over the chat room now. Politico's got a story. In Florida, Trump instructed supporters to raise their right hands and take a pledge. Look at that. Remind you of something back in 1936 Boy, they look just like a. Yeah, this guy could be one of the Gestapo members. Either that, or somebody's airing out their body odor. You saw that? Wow, interesting. Ted and Bernie take 2 states apiece on Super Saturday. Ted Cruz and Bernie Sanders took 2 states, so it's starting to even out a little bit. This race is wide open. Fascinating. Yeah, well, aren't we all? You know, everyone could lose a little bit of weight, I'm sure. Well, Victor, I'm not here to describe what a new neo-Nazi would look like. I mean, everybody has a weight problem, you know. Our society is almost going on and on. Hey, remember Jade Helm?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our full spectrum analysis of Jade Helm 15. This is going to be a truly special broadcast that I know you'll enjoy.
Well, a lot of people like Stranger Than Fiction News does this. Jade Helm is really an offshoot of artificial intelligence. People didn't realize this, but I'll tell you. The Jade Helm event, which took about 6 months, was part of an ongoing Jade Helm event, which was put together by our government, the military, using a program called Jade 2.0. It's an artificial intelligence program which is designed to position ordnance, munitions in a proper position for a future war or internal conflict. I personally am not freaked out by it, but that's not to say I want you to, just relax, forget about it, because I'm a little bit concerned that a military state, a police state is forming. So I've been doing my broadcast with a bag over my head so no one can report me, trying to fight for freedom. I think it's pretty effective so far, but I can't understand why anyone would see something illegal about starting a political movement. It just blows my mind. I get accused of being some sort of a radical all the time, and all I'm doing is the most logical thing possible in time of corrupt politics like we live in today. Oh, Trump supporters shout Zig Heil, light him on fire at a black protester? Wow. Extreme right-wing positions, folks, coming out of these people. This is shocking. People are consumed with Nazism. Bottom line is 71 characters. This Nazism is being contrived and created. I mean, when we found out that Trump used to read Hitler's speeches when he lived with Ivana Trump, it came up in the divorce. It's kind of shocking that we would even be poised on the edge of another Hitlerian figure arising in American politics. And he's doing it with money and power and greed. All the wrong reasons to vote for somebody. If you don't wake up real soon, folks, and realize you're being the throes of what could appear either fascism or communism with Hillary, you got a long way to go if you haven't woken up. But Trump supporters shouting Zig Heil, light him on fire at a black protester. And I heard they actually kicked a bunch of black protesters out of one of his rallies. I saw a video of them the other night. About 10 minutes into the Trump rally, this happened. One individual shouted a Nazi greeting, Zig Heil, and Trump took the interpretations in stride and complained that they were the only way to get media outlets to turn their cameras toward his crowds to show off their size. So he tried to spin it in favor of him when they started screaming Zig Heil. Thank you, Oma. Yeah, these people are falling into the trap of being ignorant, not even aware of what was very astutely put earlier, that Hitler rose to power by bankers, and even the Windsor family financed the rise of power of Hitler. They wanted to stop communism. And when they realized it had turned an ugly form of ethnic cleansing, they backed away, and Winston Churchill came to the rescue with our country and FDR, and we squashed Hitler. But we had to work together to do it. But you got to understand, bankers want people like Hitler. They don't want to create peace. They want war. All wars are bankers' wars. Victor, I believe we're going to win this race. We have a chance to force a recount here by writing my name in. If you vote for either Hillary or Donald, or Bernie or Ted Cruz or any of these people, you're voting for the New World Order. If you don't know that by now, I can't help you. We've had enough shows on our show to make you fully understand the severity of this New World Order threat. The New World Order is the old monarchy of 500 years ago that have literally rebranded themselves. Jericho, you're not invited here. The News Views room is in no way affiliated with Fox News, and what Mark is doing is probably going to cost him his ability to broadcast. Yeah, it's well noted at this point that they're simulcasting Fox News. Without any written paperwork on that subject, they're in violation of national copyright law. But you're out of here, Jericho. We don't need you here. You either get people to come into my room or get the hell out. Okay? That's how simple it is. National copyright law, not natural copyright law. National copyright law. Yeah. I don't remember Biff Tannen, no. I remember hearing about the comparisons of Back to the Future and references to 911. Yep. I can tell you that if somebody's going to rebroadcast Fox News and any other news channel, they're clearly going to be facing some litigatory action. Without any written paperwork approving this by Fox News, it's just a pipe dream to think that they can do this. Well, we're not here to, tell you that we're not being censored. I'm here to tell you that I'm being censored even on the Vaughn network. This has been going on for some time. We're getting ready to broadcast on a blog TV network, which is going to be appearing relatively soon. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Yeah, people who are piping TV channels on the Vaughn network, honestly, Mark must be out of his mind if he's allowing this. He doesn't realize what kind of a copyright infringement practice he's putting himself in. Yes, you could be reinstated, Victor, back on Blog TV. Shy. Absolutely.
I wouldn't promise that. I'm not going to say anything about moderators because I think we do just fine without them.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We've been without moderators for now 3 years.
No, not yet. No. Yeah, but not necessarily.
No, we'll be here.
I think we need to open up the other shows where we are casting as well.
Sure, go ahead. Anything you want to do, go ahead. I'll just talk.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about that.
Yeah, this is a classic case of censorship now at a microcosmic level here at this little teeny network of Vaughn. What happened to Gar? Is he not feeling well?
You're having a storm, Chicky 12? Sorry, I wasn't following you because they didn't know.
Lovey, there's a lot of people that don't want that happening. So believe me, they're going to be sending in copyright infringement notices pretty dang soon. The FCC is an open line of potential copyright infringement issues. They'll be taking those requests probably on a daily basis. It's a cheap shot to just run other shows that are, mainstream media shows. And it shows you how completely brain dead the population is to be sitting in those shows instead of watching something interactive where people actually talk with the chat room as opposed to... Have you seen some of these gaming shows where they've got over 25,000 viewers on Twitch?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can't even read the chat. It's like LOL, oh my god, OMG, oh. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's like rolling at about a mile a minute. It's just screaming. And the kids, they aren't saying anything. Nobody's communicating.
Oh, maybe there are abnormal. I don't know.
So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Hi there, green-eyed girl. You want to be my only mod. it's going to be very interesting to see how these things take place, how the transition occurs. The internet will be disappearing as we know it. And many places will just be profiting and making kickback money from the government. The government's been funding AdSense dollars through Google. People don't realize Google is owned by the government. It's not owned by Larry Page and Sergio. They just have a small stake in Google. Google is the government. It is ostensibly Skynet. And if you wondered why AdSense dollars keep flying in the direction of people that are fear-mongering, like Lisa Haven, William Mount, these are people that are running around fear-mongering. And there's a whole slew of them, like Dabu 7. They're just the modern-day Alex Joneses, and they're cheaper than Alex Jones. They get paid up to $100,000 a year just to broadcast fear, these people. Alex Jones gets $9 million to broadcast fear. Big difference in pay scale. So the government's using AdSense to encourage fearmongers. We had one guy, Aussie Music, gave us some information about a guy who is a patriot, screaming that our country is gone, that we don't have a chance, that all our democracy, our republic has been destroyed, he says. And he's encouraging people to get violent. He gets all kinds of AdSense dollars. They want him to be violent. They want to encourage violence. They don't want a political party. We get censored because we talk about building a political party. Go ahead. Hang on, I'm going to do this. We talk about building a political party. We get censored on YouTube. I went from 20,000 hits a week to 20 in 2011. Right there in front of me, there was a massive thing called a Penguin Update that affected almost everybody who had good video hits going on, and they were taken out of the mix. Okay.
What do you mean infringement notices?
No, we get monetization notices. I've only had one infringement notice, and that was for our Thanksgiving show, in which we played 1 minute of a video that was done about Thanksgiving that is pretty outrageous, and the entire show was scrubbed. It was censored. We had a 4-hour show on Thanksgiving that was completely shut down. So the monetization notices are not a violation of copyright. They are just a way in which other companies can monetize. We had to partner up with Google in order to get our YouTube to store on the hard drives in the cloud. It wouldn't store otherwise. We couldn't upload to YouTube, so we had to partner up. But we don't monetize. They monetize our videos. We can't control it. If I play a song that they say is theirs, I can contest it, and there's a couple ways to do that. But other than that, they can monetize and make money on our show. It doesn't matter because we're not getting hits anyway, so it doesn't, it's irrelevant. Yeah. I get 5 to 100 hits, per week, but that does in no way resembles the number of hits I get. I get close to 2,000 to 3,000 hits a day on Google and on YouTube. The stats you're seeing are altered. The reason I know this is we've had certain videos parked in cyberspace, and videos that have been literally parked exactly where they were when they reached a certain number. And you can go to those videos and click on them, and you'll see the hit counter will not advance. So we've tried to refresh, yeah. All right, I'm going to take a quick coffee break, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you see that? There's no feed there. Let's just check it out, see what's playing.
Well, let me see. There should be a feed, so. Okay, it's back. All right, thank you, Monkey Times. I wonder if I should have done a refresh. So I'm not looking at it there, but I'm looking at a different one. Maybe it did skip. I am not a coffee drinker, actually. I used to be a big-time coffee drinker. In fact, I loved coffee so much that during high school, I did I did a little like show on, or not a show, I did a little presentation on coffee, a little research project on coffee, like where did it originate and all of that good stuff. And I used to hang out like at a coffee shop, and I spent like probably hundreds, if not thousands of dollars at coffee shops over the years. And then in my, I don't know, early 20s, I went and saw a doctor, and basically the doctor convinced me that I really should not be drinking coffee. It wasn't healthy for me at the time, so I, at that point, I went off of coffee. Yeah, for some people, yeah, it does keep you up at night. I guess that's true. Maybe that's why Dave is always awake so much later than I am. In fact, I took a little nap today, earlier. Actually, just now, I took a nap and got up. So, was it raising my blood pressure? Yeah, a little bit. Actually, I have very low blood pressure, so that was not a problem. Thank you, Woodstock. Just change it to third instead of the other one, okay? Conceived at Woodstock, that would be fantastic. But you're Canadian, so go ahead and vote for that up there. Since we're in the United States, that's okay. You can do it in your country. But oh, by the way, in order to get off of coffee, you went to green tea. But come to find out, green tea has just as much caffeine, if not more, than coffee. And so it's a good way to segue off of coffee, I suppose. But it was not good. And the other way, if you were like addicted to coffee like I was, what I would do is like every time I would just slowly go off coffee. So every time I felt like a headache coming on, I would take just like one swig of coffee until I didn't have to take it anymore. Thank you, Woodstock. I love you too. I wanted to go to Woodstock, like there was a Woodstock 96 when was it 96? Something like that, or was it 95? Anyway, it was in that time period, and I almost went, but I didn't. Be cool to have another one every like 30 years or so. That would be cool. Black coffee's no longer politically correct. You're always like, with cream or sugar? Yeah, you enjoy hot tea also, but coffee's my vice. Now I drink, I usually drink hot apple juice. Also, I love hot cocoa. I know that has a little bit of stimulant in it. The cocoa has a little bit of caffeine. And then I also drink hot cider, hot cocoa, and mint tea. Not all together, of course, at the same time. Has to be like 3 different drinks. But yes, those are good. My mom used to make hot lemonade. I haven't done that for a very long time, but that's a really good one if you're sick or on a cold day. That would be good. And I don't drink any alcohol. I've had alcohol maybe like a handful of times in my entire life. So yeah, peppermint. Well, spearmint is kind of what I drink. I drink it's called mint medley is the one I do. Yeah, that's probably true. 71 characters. I'm glad I didn't go to Woodstock. Woodstock 2 it was, because the original Woodstock was in the 60s. So, yeah, just coffee and teas. That would be good. But, yeah. I mean, I kind of considered myself a hippie, but then really the reason I didn't go to Woodstock 2 was the pricing. It was just unbelievably, yeah, I was a poor girl, so I didn't have the price. I didn't have the money to go to Woodstock too. You rarely go to concerts. I rarely go to concerts too. I went to a couple of concerts when I was in down in Riverside, where I grew up and where I graduated high school. Yeah, the hippies have become yuppies. But when I graduated high school, that's where I went to concerts, but not any big, like, well-known names. Like, the two opportunities I had to go to semi-well-known names that weren't just, like, local bands, things came up and I didn't get to go. But that was alright with me. They were only semi-well-known anyway. I wouldn't mind going to a concert, but I don't think I would go to a concert now. David's not a big crowd person, so doesn't like those big crowds. The first crowd online is fine. That would be fine, but yeah. No, not that way. It's just, I'd say, yeah, some people don't like crowds. Oops. I'll unmute him.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we muted you.
Just an opinion. Yeah, Beastie Boys would have been cool. I used to listen to them.
We don't have a problem with once we get the popular votes, write-in candidate votes, we can actually win the electoral college votes.
So, Lovely Boo, the way it works for an independent party or a third party is that we kind of are a separate organization than the Democrats and Republicans. So we still we can get David onto the general election ballot as a third party candidate. That requires going out and collecting a certain number of signatures in each state.
Exactly. So what we need is electors, and we'll have a button to put on our site soon to get new electors. We've got quite a few electors already from the past few years. 15 lies were being told about mainstream media.
According to Wake Up World. I always have to say that.
According to Wake Up World. 15 lies were being told about health and mainstream medicine.
Wakeup-world.com.
Lie number 1. Genetically modified foods can feed the world. Wow. I'm glad I'm not a big supporter of genetically modified foods. Yeah, in fact, the dangers they found with tumors in laboratory animals.
Thanks, conceived at Woodstock. David and I, we like Canada, but we love America.
Can no longer be denied. Number 2, electromagnetic fields and wireless radiation are not harmful to humans.
David has a life, and part of that life is broadcasting here.
Yeah. Good stuff tonight. This is a really good article. Number 3, medical screening and treatments prevent death. It's a total lie. They just want to make money. Mostly prostate screenings don't actually involve saving a prostate. Fluoride prevents tooth decay. Another lie. Ha! This is great. Okay, well, I'm glad I got that link.
David found his people. He's going to be hooking up with the Wake Up World people.
Yeah. My core viewership and my core audience are people that have finally awoken to the two-party lies and how they refuse to talk about the dangers of GMOs. They won't talk about fluoride in our water system. They don't talk about the corrupt medical community and how they're ripping everybody off.
Sorry, Mikey Time.
No, Ventura can't run for president. He's lived in Mexico for quite a few years. He's not able to comply with the 14 consecutive year requirement in the U.S. Constitution. Nobody ever told him.
Okay, sounds good. Like fix food for dinner, or like fix the entire food problem with everyone starving worldwide?
Fluoride is a neurotoxin. It's going in 70% of our water right now. "70% of the U.S. water supply has heavy doses of a neurotoxin known as fluoride." I'm amazed people don't know that. Canada both loves of you. Thank you. Conceived at Woodstock. Wow, that's pretty cool. This person was conceived in 1967, was it? I think Woodstock was 67. Deadly neurotoxins, yeah. No, those are statistics that are pretty available, validatable. I've got sites left and right. I can bring that up for you if you want. I just don't want to put my cache through too much work here. It's a little too extreme. Yeah, so luckily we haven't had a war, but the specter of war with Syria is still hanging in the balance. John Kerry went over there and tried to make a peace agreement with the Soviet, or with the Russian Vladimir Putin, and they both agreed that they would provide humanitarian effort, but they didn't agree as to what was going to happen to the presidency of Bashar al-Assad. That's a huge difference of opinion, and that in and of itself is the crux of the matter. So neither John Kerry nor Vladimir Putin really are addressing the real issue, which is keeping Assad in position and not in any way destabilizing that nation. We've seen what happens when we pull Saddam Hussein out of power in Iraq. Nearly 1 million Iraqis died in the crossfire. That's a serious problem.
I'm glad to hear it, the real Dr. Phil. Now you can just support Sponheim.
Thank you.
Work to get him on the ballot. It's not too late.
It's not too late. There are a lot of real issues in Syria. There's a money grab for a certain oil pipeline that they're trying to build through the Caspian Sea. That's the inherent source of a lot of that activity.
I like your artistic things, 584.
That's right.
Cute.
The pipeline is one of the core reasons, but there's an ulterior motive that the IMF has, which is to take over the central bank of Syria. You see, the IMF and the World Bank and the Rothschild family have their fingers in almost every single central bank in the world, over 160, and they want Syria. They want to take it down. And they want it to linchpin, too, because they ultimately want to be able to disable Iran. Syria and Hezbollah back Iran. So if we were to fight Iran with a direct attack and Israel were to get involved in a war bringing us in, they don't want Syria involved in that skirmish.
And the issue with the central bank.
Scrimmage. Thank you.
Syria has a central bank that's, I believe they have a central bank that's not owned by the Rothschilds, unlike everybody else.
No, you don't have to. We have a write-in campaign right now. Like I said, if you guys just remember my name and you get more and more people to write my name in, and people that don't even want to vote right now say, well, okay, I'll write the guy's name in.
Yeah, you can just write his name in.
That's all you got to do. It'll force a recount. That's all we want to do.
Depending on your state, most states allow write-in candidates.
Yeah, there's only 2 that don't.
So on the ballot, it says, I don't know if it's only 2, but you might be right. On the ballot, when you go to vote in the general election, just write in David's name when it says, would you like to vote for a Republican candidate, a Democrat candidate? Say, write-in candidate, and write his name in. Well, thanks, Master Meatball.
Yeah, so the Iran-Iraq-Syrian pipeline is definitely something that's been talked about for years.
No, it's not about forcing a recount. It is serious about winning.
Oh, yeah, forcing a recount to win.
Well, let's start there, real Dr. Phil. Let's start by registering you to vote.
Yeah, get registered to vote. Start there. Call up your election commission or your election bureau in your local town.
Well, if you think voting doesn't count for anything, then just throw your vote at David.
See, this is what they've been talking about. You know, Zbigniew Brzezinski, one of the leaders of the Council on Foreign Relations, has been proposing this pipeline for 40 years, and they're still trying to work on this. They're still their agenda is to take over Syria so they can build this pipeline. And with an oil glut right now going on, what's the point? I mean, none of these policies are fluid and dynamic. They're all stalwart, old mentalities moving forward, much like osmosis,
Well, you
without
can
even
check
challenge.
to make sure your state allows write-ins, cat's tail. It all depends on your state, so...
You can do a manual ballot at a touchscreen. Just ask for a manual ballot. They'll give you one. Touchscreens are not always the only thing. In fact, most have manual ballots simply because they have to, by law.
Backup.
Well, they have to. There's no online voting approval yet nationwide.
David's the one with the tie.
You know, regardless, the oil is out there. It could be ISIS oil. It could be just a tremendous production of oil now from Iran. Now that Obama made a deal with Iran where we didn't get anything in return, they're trading oil in euros, pissing off the American government. After we give them $155 billion in cash and credit, Iran's turning a blind eye to America and selling their oil in euros. Yeah, so there's a huge flood of oil on the market, and Iran is definitely contributing now.
How do you make the little flower 584? That's cute.
Is that a joke? This is not a humorous show, man. Just because people come in here and laugh doesn't mean that you're here to crack jokes. Yeah. No, we didn't make a deal with Iran to keep Russia out. That was not in the framework of the treaty that was just written and signed by Obama. There's nothing in that treaty that would actually keep Russia out. You're very lucky, Black Kitty. You get to fill your tank up with $30, but that could be just the beginning. I mean, the days of $50 tanks are coming again. Don't worry. The sheikh of the Saudi Emirates has actually said that if Donald Trump were to win an election, they won't trade oil. The Gulf state nations won't trade oil with the U.S. anymore, which will be minimum of an 18-20% drop in oil production to us. Meaning we're going to see a spike in our prices if Trump gets elected. On that simple fact. Yeah, I've never had a problem with Vladimir Putin. I'm just not a supporter. Donald Trump supports Vladimir Putin. I don't know how or why Donald Trump supports communists, but it's kind of weird when he said he supported Putin. I know. That's a cool one, 665. Thank you. That's very cool of you. A little artistic. Kind of like George W. Bush and his oil paintings by number. Did you see that beautiful poodle that George created? He had a few too many that day, but the numbers keep his hands steady. You had a hydrofacial? I give myself kind of like a spritz now and then. I have this little thing where I picked this up from a sample kit of a fruit enzyme. Ah, it's so refreshing. Ah, it's like a wave of misty ocean air. You notice how it's designed to not be insertable. You can't carry this on a plane in secret hiding places. Oh yeah, fruit enzymes, I'm telling you. I swear by them. Those stinking fruit enzymes. I give myself a little spritz. Yeah, I personally don't have a problem with Marco Rubio being homosexual. Is he? There's no evidence he's a gay man. But if you think he is, that's enough. If he wants to be gay, let him be gay, you know? The new Johnny Depp spray. Well, at least it doesn't have some really weird ingredients were found recently in Red Bull. Have you heard about that? Red Bull has traces of...
The reason they call it Red Bull.
Red Bull has traces of bull semen and urine in it. Google it. Check it out. Bull semen and urine. I was shocked. They did a scientific study of Red Bull. Yeah, if he wants to be gay, let him be gay. Same with Donald Trump. Any of those men who want to be gay, let them be gay. Don't hold them back. If they want to come out of the closet, encourage them to express their real feelings. No, I'm a heterosexual. I've always been a heterosexual. If you think I'm gay, it's because you're probably gay yourself and are secretly desirous of me. Many homosexual men want to convert heterosexual men. It's kind of a fantasy that they've got going. A little TMA on that, brink of war. Yeah, if Donald Trump wants to be orange and whatever spray job did his recent tanning, let him. Don't make fun of his orange skin. He's got to be him. He's got to be Donald, Mr. Orange Skin. So could we get past this discussion of homosexuality? Because I think
one day this will be
sad. It really is. Oh, there you go. Ooh, you got a good one there. We're in the money. Sarah's trying to earn money working. It's kind of amazing. A lot of you still work real hard to try to make money in this completely fake economy. But I really admire what you're doing. I really do. There's no other way to get ahead. How else are you going to, unless you steal money, there's no other way to get money. So you got to work. And that's nice. It's good you have something to work toward. But we're all working toward the destruction of the planet by mindlessly doing our daily event of working without questioning what we're doing and not living a life that's ethical. I personally have a zero carbon footprint because, frankly, I go out of my way to recycle and I do the things that I think are really necessary to live in peace with the environment. I don't in any way do something unhealthy. I'm trying to stay healthy too in this tough, toxic world we're living in. So that's something you may want to try too.
That's what David was saying, real Dr. Phil. He agrees with you.
All right. Some of you are having to share your experiences in the sexual realm. Today is an anti-war rally. We're not about anti-sex here, or we're not here to talk about that. I eat 17-year-old food, yeah. I'm having some stew tonight that I made.
Thanks, lovey boo.
Vegetable beef soup that I made from a can of 15, 16, 17-year-old vegetable beef soup. Because if it said expires in 2000, it was probably made in 1998. No, it's got MSG in it. I wouldn't recommend. The fajitas are free of MSG, and I made a really natural, really good stuff. Just make yourself a nice big fajita, microwave it, throw some cheese on it, and then eat off the top. And then when it gets down to a small amount, then the fajitas are non-GMO organic too.
Nice.
Yeah. I try to cook nicely for a low cost, and I've done a very good job of that this weekend. The whole dish costs less than $2 for both of us. $1 per person for 2 meals. So it's 50 cents a meal for each of us. Can you live on that? Chase has something special. You can my own foods and they last years. It's wonderful. Green-eyed girl. Cool. You are a canner? Chase, that's not really a picture. That's Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day when he was a bodybuilder. Are you working on a new picture? Are you using him as a template for future pictures? Can you live on 50 cents a meal? Yeah, good luck. I've learned the science of cooking efficiently. Used to landscape on the military base and dumpster dive? Well, isn't that special? You're awesome, green-eyed girl. Well, you probably live in an area where you can grow food. I live in Mushland, USA. The Pacific Northwest is now a sponge mush. We've gotten so much water over the past 3 years. The water table is like you could dig a hole and start scooping water out of the ground. That's how much water we have. Whereas California is completely dehydrated, courtesy of the chemtrail activity that they've been doing for the past 10 years. I know. It feels like quicksand. I can't even mow the lawn anymore. I go out there, I'm swimming in mud. It's weird. Never before in our history has this been this bad. It's not crazy weather. It's insane. Crazy is a euphemism. This is bizarre. This is so sick what they're doing to the atmosphere, creating artificial engineered weather patterns. And the American people are oblivious to this, and anyone who says anything, oh, you're one of those whack jobs. So we've got social pressure against us. Anytime somebody mentions the word chemtrail, they're immediately labeled a freak instead of looking up in the sky and saying, oh yeah, this is serious. Chemies in the air, do. So this image right here came into the show, and it's definitive proof, folks, that they are literally spraying chemicals in the air. This was taken over South Australia about 3 weeks ago. They're literally trying to create weather patterns that eventually cause a huge problem in the world. Droughts in California. Yeah. Things you say make me go to the bathroom. That's interesting. I have that tendency on people. I've got
well, especially it's like they make you laugh.
Look at all the people we have supporting us over there. 34,000 subscribers. It's amazing. Fascinating. And only 2 in our audience. Wow. Yeah, well, thank you for coming in, everybody. Tonight is our anti-war rally. As you know, peace is not something that just happens when you start war. We are still at war with North Korea. We're at war with factions in Afghanistan. And we're at war in Iraq still. We're still maintaining the peace, I should say. Thank you. I wish I could can. I used to can when I was in California. I would grow tons of tomatoes and green peppers and red peppers. But here in Mushland, I can't grow a damn thing. I mean, I'm lucky to grow things in my greenhouse.
Clay soil.
The soil's clay, and it's just disturbing. But I don't want to live down in the drought central of California because there's no water. So you got mush up here with a very short growing season, and no water in California with no growing season. I even sold our canner. We had a huge super canner, and I put it on Craigslist, and I sold it to this woman who wanted to do some canning here, a military Navy woman. She came by and picked it up and said, yeah, I could use this. Go for it. I can't can, I can't grow any. I'm surviving on my Y2K supplies. Literally. You know, I don't believe in bombing and attacking countries like Obama and Hillary and Donald. You know, what's really interesting about that debate, half the debate was talking specifically about attacking ISIS on the ground. And we've been to war with Iraq and Afghanistan. Vietnam was a disaster. We lost 58,000 men. Could have been your grandpa that never even had a chance to have you, or little yous. All died fighting for no reason whatsoever. For the Golden Triangle, the heroin connection in Vietnam. That's what it all ended up being.
All these are called cloud streets.
There's natural cloud streaks. There are. But that particular one has been designed. The architecture of that one has a specific pattern. It starts in one space and doesn't. You see, none of those have a chop off point at the top. See that? The one at the bottom is simply a meridian in the picture. It's whenever the globe is brought down into a flat plane, a Cartesian plane, it changes. But the on the left, you can clearly see they started the pattern and they went back, and they started the pattern and went back. I'm completely disavowing Ted Cruz. Yeah, I'm not supporting any of the Republican candidates. Thank you. And I do not support Hillary or the ridiculous joke Bernie, who caves into Hillary all the time. You'd think Bernie would make a big issue right now.
Natural clouds really look like this?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me. I don't know the answer to that. The clouds have changed over the years because of the amount of silver iodide that they've been seeding using chemical delivery systems.
I could see maybe this.
Yeah.
I could see.
You're seeing a fragmentation of electromagnetic currents.
This one, I kind of have
You think that's a chemtrail?
I don't know. I've never seen clouds looking like that.
It's pretty weird, isn't it? Well, it could be lined chemtrails. They stay and linger in the sky for hours. So the new aerosol ones are even more disturbing. They're extremely toxic. And the fact that they're even spraying toxic chemicals in the atmosphere, I would think would make all of you extremely angry. Enough to write my name in the upcoming election. I have a lot of great stories. Thank you.
There's a way that our Constitution lays it out, Fred. So it's a possibility if all the people anyway, if all the people in Canada voted for it, then it would be a possibility.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Real Dr. Phil, enjoyed that. It takes a lot of work, but I believe in you. I believe in David first, though. Oh, okay. I know, the sun does hurt my eyes, too, especially, like, spring and fall. It's, like, at a certain, place compared to, in, like, the horizon. The light hurts my eyes in the spring and the fall. Yeah, I'm glad I made it home, too. I usually come on the show, it's the angle of the sun versus the angle of the Earth's axis. But yeah, I'm glad I'm here. I usually come on the show 6:30 to 7, and then 8 to 8:30. I try to make that my schedule. That would be. I know you do. Let's see. Who's gonna win? I don't know who that is. 927. What are they going against? Yeah, it's a possibility, Real Dr. Phil. I would say we want to first think of sewage issues. So, probably not. I know we'll always be with David, so. Forever and ever and ever. I think you forgot a D, 584, in your writing, but that's all right. It's all good. I understand what you're saying. It will be a super ginger. Well, my mom had red hair, and then so I have a little red highlights. I like most people, 487. There's a few people I don't like, but I like most people. I know, actually, David's dad told me that one, 584. Just so funny. I don't know how tall the master bed is in the White House. But, I like, a big bed. You're a Tumblr feminist? I haven't used Tumblr very much. I met David very similarly to how you and I are meeting. We met online in an online chat room, except there wasn't video at the time. I know, internet dating for the win. It actually worked out really well for us. No, I have very good parents and family. I actually saw my parents today. And no, not abusive at all. I came from a good home. No, you could think that, Master Meatball, but I am very loyal and dedicated. So I will always be with David. As long as David's alive, I will be with him. As long as David and I are alive, I'll be with him. So, yep. No one else has a chance. Yes, exactly. Abandoned buildings could be taken over and turned into homeless shelters. I know you were joking because you have a fantastic life. That's good. I know I'm very happy with it, Fred. I'll say that. I know, I wouldn't mind being clones. I should probably take some of my skin each year and just put it aside so that we can clone. Because one of the problems with Dolly is, like, they took her skin cells, or whatever cells she did, is I know exactly. Master Meatball is that was me. I accidentally went to purge it and I ended up muting it. Anyway, Dolly, they took her cells when she was older. The cells of whatever sheep she was cloned from was like an adult sheep, and she ended up at a young age having like arthritis and things that only old sheep get. The good old mutant purge, I know. Well, calling people certain names, it's like, no one wants to be called those names. So, you want to sell your house and live in a shed and get like a composting toilet, those kinds of things. I know, nobody should call you that. You welcome in all people from alien life. Well, if they're from alien life, would they still be considered people? Ooh, mind blown.
Yeah, really.
Mind blown. Oh, okay, Fred.
Thanks for sharing, Fred. Welcome back. Purge Master. Oh, you don't like
so
me purging you. Okay. Yeah, well, people do date their lookalikes, so you must really like your sister. The thing is, it's a known fact that people tend to date somebody who looks similar to their face. Sarah and I have only one common feature besides we have fairly level eyebrows, but our nose is somewhat similar. That's an interesting fact. My face is nowhere near as beautiful as hers, though. She has such a great jawline, and I'm kind of a homely looking guy. But Sarah's gorgeous.
Yeah, we have similar features a little bit. You wanted little David's and Sarah's clones of us to graze in your field? I've got to get some grass there.
Sarah and I are not related, no.
Oh, sorry about Spugs. Yeah, that was probably an accident. No, we're not related. We just happen to have similar features. We're both gingers, but I don't consider myself a ginger.
Sarah
I have like brown hair.
She has chestnut brown hair.
Maybe it's how David set the settings. But my mom was a redhead, so maybe I have a lot of red highlights in my hair.
I'd never danced at Chippendales.
David is a natural blonde.
Yeah, I'm a natural blonde. We're not related. Unfortunately, Hillary is not going to make it to compete with Sarah when she runs for president. So Hillary will probably be too old, unless her computer is working double time. All right, well, we were just waiting to kind of like remove you from the room anyway.
Well, don't do that when you said mute. At least keeps him from talking for 10 minutes for his band. It's like the IP issue.
Mm-hmm.
Now all my hair is tied up in a bun right now. You have perfect what?
I must tell you,
Oh, thanks.
I
had to work very hard at this.
I have a real solid belief that our country needs a person with my IQ. Somebody with a high intelligence to break through the ice of stupidity. People like Donald, they're not too smart. You can hear it in his speech, where he was simply awarded a degree at Wharton College. I mean, anybody can essentially pad the pocket of a university and get a degree at this day. I've actually met people... Oh, it's okay. Bless you. I have 185 IQ. It's tested and it's bona fide. My knowledge of the world extends beyond what any politician today running has, because I have done the detailed work necessary to research things that most people just overlook. We actually looked at the budget, the monthly Treasury report on Wednesdays. We take a look at it in detail and find out all these areas where government waste is occurring. And we constantly are aware of the empty space in the Democratic platform and the Republican platform when it comes to solving the environmental crisis, dealing with issues like Fukushima. They won't even talk about Fukushima. We address this almost nightly. The Fukushima crisis is a massive destruction of the intertidal zones, infecting and polluting our beautiful Pacific Ocean. And it's really a tragedy to see a nation of sheep sit here and just go, bah, when we should be awakening and going, wow, we really need to do something, like quickly. I've got an air filter going in the house here. Many of you can't understand what I'm saying, so it appears to be blather. I'm not blathering. You're just not able to understand a word I'm saying. Oftentimes, I'm speaking way above your critical thinking capability.
Exactly. Thank you. Alright, I'll have to read more about these cloud streets. Figure out what all those are at. They're pretty interesting, I'll say that much. But it was weird that it would be a square. A cloud street can actually make just like one square like that. Let me look at this. The organization of the clouds and streets can be explained by the existence of the horizontal roll turbulence in the boundary layer. Great men can talk to anyone. I have no idea who those people are, 5927, and I don't really feel like researching it right now. So give me more information. I should plant rice this year since they're fights. I had thought about planting rice before, but the thing is about our soil is it's clay in the winter and then it's like concrete in the summer. The clouds are formed in the upper layer of this roll system. If outbreaks of the continental cold, dry air spread above a neighboring relatively warm ocean, the cloud streets can be seen. It takes place frequently behind a cold front. If the cool air leaves the land or ice surface, its property changes by vertical transfer of the heat and humidity of the underlying water surface. An inversion layer is formed and its basis rises with the distance from the coast. Well, the thing about that one David showed earlier, it didn't seem like it was near land.
Yeah.
We do have a compost bin, and we do try to add compost to our soil. Yeah, so the thing about that one is it's like, well, where's the land?
Yeah.
And there seems to be some kind of fractal imaging happening in that with the cloud lay on top of another cloud. That kind of makes it seem like it might have been photoshopped.
Actually, no, it's not. This is the Cartesian map.
I'm here because you're here.
The Cartesian map is used oftentimes when they put it on a flat surface. You take a sphere, you see lines of demarcation. It's normal. I missed a link earlier, trying to get a link that came in the room. Giraffe brain. Could everyone just stop chatting for a second?
What link are you trying to get?
Dr. Phil has a great bumper sticker. Okay, I'm back up to normal. Google just joined forces with the Pentagon. Yeah, of course, Google is run out of the Navy. The Navy runs Google.
I am slightly familiar with Google Earth, but I would think that pictures from...
It is a poisonous flat blanket of evil. Yeah, so there are fajitas. You can just prepare them. I made a wonderful beef fajita dish for Sarah with carrots and green pepper and onion and mushrooms and beef. I found a piece of meat, 0.6 pounds of meat, cube steak actually, and I marinated it with my papaya marinator, my non-salted papaya marinade. Papaya works great for marinating meat, by the way. I got the meat for $1 because it was past due, but it's still great. And I made the dinner, and we made 2 meals out of it, and each of us has spent 50 cents on our meal, with the cost of a non-GMO, a whole wheat tortilla, which I picked up at wholesale. We're living a cheaper life than we ever did. You know, when prices were really low, we managed to save money over that time period too. It's amazing. So when the going gets tough, turn pro. What are you looking at?
I'm trying to look at that stupid site that Scissor Fight just did that won't let me scroll through anything.
Yeah, that's the Free Thought Project, yeah. I'd love to show the fajitas, but I have to go into the kitchen with the camera, and it is very hard to carry a big, huge desktop computer into the kitchen. Maybe we can get Marta to come in and bring it over to you.
You want me to go get my fajita and bring it in?
I don't want. No, I'm just telling you about the food. Sarah, we've been eating quite a bit today. We probably, don't even need dinner.
Yourself.
I'm just kidding. I had a potato and too many crackers. Yeah. David, how long are you trying to live to be 100? No. I want to be 150. I can't wait to make it to 150. That's going to be a real thrill. I want to look back, and all of you, of course, will be dead. And I'll be telling all the people, "Bag cracky, I remember when those sheeple, they didn't even want to vote for me, and they didn't even understand the meaning of a third party. Dag nabbit." Good memories, though. Thank you. I needed to be here with people that are brain dead, just to know that at least I tried. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Well, good. Maybe we should hang out. Living to 150, we're going to have very few friends left over. Putin is not a big threat to the world, and he certainly seems like a fairly amicable character. They say he suffers from some sort of a disease, Asperger's syndrome. That's not true. I don't believe Vladimir Putin has Asperger's syndrome. It's just amazing how the psychiatric community comes up with labels for all kinds of things they don't understand. Like a leader that's helping Russia at least maintain their stability during this tough time. He actually has maintained a certain level of economic stability in that country, which cannot be denied. I'm a highly trained martial artist. I doubt Putin, with his multiple black belts in judo, would even stand a chance. I have the one finger punch. Not many people can do that. It's the one finger. Yeah, I'm pretty tall. I'm 6'4". I'm the same height of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was 6'4". I'm 6'4". I would never call Putin an ass. I wouldn't even pick a fight with him. I really wouldn't. We need to patch things up with Vladimir Putin. No, it's all in the chi. How much energy you put into the finger. If you put your whole body's chi into I'm just going to have to do a little dance for you to understand what I'm talking about. The one finger punch. Well, tell me more. You seem to know more about Asperger. I've never tried that myself. Is that like the discount package of meat? Fix my hair. Somebody says fix my hair. That's pretty funny.
David's hair is awesome. Maybe you should go fix your hair.
You'd be lucky
Maybe
if you
you're jealous because you don't have any hair.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just reading here. I'm going to give you a better link. Well, in my opinion, a better link about the Google Okay, so February 9th. Alright. Why can't I get that one? I'm trying to get it. Scissor fight. Hi, Ronnie. Why won't that link come up for me? Monday. Okay. Will do. Worldview, Earth data. I can't, every time I try to do that. Anyway, I'll just type it in. There we go. Alright.
My prototype was designed to last 150 years, Sarah, before the rubber just starts to degrade.
David was trying to be robotic, but it always breaks down.
What's happening?
Somebody added a layer.
Oh, they keep adding layers.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. Here, anyway, this is where he got it from. Worldview, and he got it from...
Let me give everybody a view here. Yeah, February 9th, Worldview, folks, if you want to track down that picture. Sarah's going to take a little fajita break. Thank you so much for coming in.
I'll be back, maybe.
Well, if you want, you know. It is 7:30. I do a 5-hour show, so
I know.
Your breaks really do help.
You do a long show.
If she had, like, major time to do like I do, she wouldn't want to do this show.
I wouldn't do a 5-hour show.
I know. You know, I had to expand
like
out.
Work.
Well, it can be, yeah. Especially if you don't enjoy yourself.
I mean, I guess there's days that, yeah.
I wish I could be on the Fox News debates too. It's too bad.
You should contact Fox News and say, hey, you should really get David Sponheim on there.
Write him a letter.
You should do a third-party debate, Fox News, and invite third party first.
Yeah.
All right, good night, everybody.
Okay,
Usually I come in at 8 to 8:30, but...
She's just put her 40 minutes in. She's happy. I'm glad. I only asked 40 minutes from Sarah, so it's all good. Thank you so much.
I know I should give you at least 50 minutes for your...
No, have a nice meal and relax. Enjoy the shows. Tune in, tune out. Eat in, eat out. Something like that. Drop out, drop in. Eat in, eat out. You can get anything you want at Alice's Restaurant. Doo-doo. Giuliani is, yeah, I saw that. I don't want to make fun of Trump doing transgender dress up. You want me to do it? Bengalitis, what do you have? Well, this is getting out of control. Canada loves me. Good. Okay, this, in case you guys haven't seen, this is an old clip from the good old days. The days of wine and roses are like the whippoorwill. No, this isn't happening.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy! You, oh! Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth.
And that has only had 254 views. That's weird. You'd think there'd be way more views on that. Okay, this just came in earlier. There's evidence that Google executive Schmidt is to head a new DoD advisory group.
I would push you to the ground. Pee on.
So you know I've been talking about Google being owned by the government for so long. Here is veritable proof that they're in partnership. That was amazing. It was kind of stupid. I agree, Green Eye Girl. Yeah. Well, Jacket Pockets, Sarah, she put that money sign in the room because she really wants to make money. I went through that phase in my life where I made money. I don't need to make money because I have money. She still wants to acquire a good retirement plan. I don't blame her. So she really has to dedicate her efforts to things that bring money in. Because I don't draw a dime from anything I do, my voice is not repetitive. In fact, nothing in my vocal architecture is repetitive. I have checked it and cross-checked it against all random charts of numerical oddities. Nothing in my voice pattern is repetitive, except for what I just said, which is repetitive. David Cena laughed at me when I asked them to put you on the debates. They know they're going to do that. These people are so corrupt that they don't want anyone to get into the debates. Mainstream media journalists are incredibly evil. I'm serious. You can't trust any journalist in the mainstream media that I've seen. They tend to be unofficial covers for the CIA. Most of them around the world are traveling them around. Check this out. This is a really interesting, wild thing, but police revealed Trump told them to kick black people out of a rally. This is a shocker. Look at this. Countercurrent news. Wow. Folks, there's a serious problem going on here. I would never panhandle. Dr. Realphil, why don't you stop repeating yourself? That's very repetitive. Yeah, so this is a shocking news story, which we should read. Look at the evil grin on the Trumpster. As if there was any doubt left about the sort of police state Donald Trump wants to create, police have now revealed that they removed a group of silent African-American college students from a campaign rally in Georgia on Monday at the Trump camp's request. Remember we saw those young people leaving the Trump rally? There's a video on YouTube of it. Let's see. What do you have? I've never dumpster dived in my entire life. Nope. And I'm not a male prostitute. Well, that's a good one, yeah. Broken St. Obama, same amount of hits. Look at that. Uploaded in 2011. Look at that. Amazing. Almost identical. Same amount of hits. Okay. Just a gigolo. Well, I guess we don't... God, I can't even stand looking at that guy's face. Okay, Saturday Night Live is no longer funny, so I don't go to their clips. But this story about Google's Eric Schmidt really deserves some scrutiny. I'm going to give this some time for you to look at. I've never been a racist. No, never in my entire life. I did an impersonation video of Barack Obama. Oh yeah, definitely. It's my right. It's my freedom of speech. I have every right to do that. But if you didn't like that, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to control your inner mindset. If you don't think it's appropriate, that's on you. I'm not in no way a racist. I've always shown a great deal of respect for people of different colors. White people, Asian people, Hispanic people, and even black people, and Native American people. I show deference and care in every way. I've had a few people in my life that, like, I knew the costume director and designer for The White Men Can't Jump. White Men Can't Jump, to me, sounds a little racist, don't you think? I mean, can you imagine doing a movie called Black Men Can't Think? That would be pretty racist. So I never objected to these people that did that. I met both costume designers. I knew them very well. In fact, at the time, I thought they were friends. But I'm not the only one who's done blackface. It's quite popular. Here's a famous model who's done blackface. Yeah. But it's not something that is just per se racist. That's just absurd. No, I did not find the can of peppers. It was a 40-pound box of jalapenos. If you're going to follow the anecdote here, you have to, get the whole story. Jalapenos. And it was sitting outside of a dumpster in a wooden box. And I drove by it. I said, Sarah, that's a 40-pound box of jalapenos that are perfectly fine. And she said, I know. So I got my plastic gloves on. You got to handle it with plastic gloves, seriously. And I opened up every one of those things and pulled the seeds out and dropped them in a bin. a big glass thing I bought just for this purpose. I filled it up with vinegar, and it was the best jalapeno hot sauce I think I've ever had. It lasted me a couple years, literally. So for free, 40 pounds. Yeah, Trump is going to lose. It's true. Well, no, I didn't carry him around. I actually pulled him out of my, in the master bedroom, we have a drawer, and I sometimes put plastic gloves in there that may be coming out of a box. Yeah. And you want to know exactly where I put him? Do you have Asperger's disease? Are you suffering? Who's going to win? I'm going to win. I'm the only person with a personality left. Nobody in the race actually has a personality. Donald is on constant defensive. He doesn't seem to get off the defensive. He's always kind of yelling at people and always trying to cover his ass whenever he talks. It's almost bizarre. And he's, of course, a fascist right-winger. I, however, am a centrist, and I pull votes from the Hillary camp and from the Donald camp. But thank you. When Donald took 6 of my ideas and ran with them as his own, it gave me a back door to what he's doing, because ironically, those people are going to just fold into my camp come Donald time. Donald's self-destruct time is coming. Trust me. Clinton has got a real problem with that email thing. The fact that the GOP has not actually launched a lawsuit, even a public disclosure lawsuit in the civil court would have been better. Personality is what keeps nations stable. Look at the greatest presidents this nation ever had. Teddy Roosevelt. He had abundance of personality. Look at Andrew Jackson. He was extremely well known for his strident personality. Thomas Jefferson. Strident democratic personality. So yeah, it's all about big personality. The presidency has to have a larger-than-life personage, and I have that. I have the X factor. But that doesn't really matter. If I don't get a single second of mainstream media attention, I'm nothing. In a country that claims to be free and democratic, talk about irony? Oh my God. We are being led like cattle to the slaughter. And until we wake up and recognize the need for a third party, this is just a joke, what we have today. I showed you this earlier. I want you all to see this. It's an illusion of free choice that we have today. We only have the 2 parties because that's all they're going to let us have. They want us to think that we control our destiny when they're really just sending us right to the slaughterhouse. One of the popular concepts in American politics today is, oh, we have a big problem with population control. We have to lose the large and growing population. It's dangerous. It's producing too many greenhouse gases. Instead of solving critical issues of food production, cleanliness of water, the environment, the earth, returning the soil back to a state where it's drought resistant, instead of doing the right things, our country's been blasting fumes into the air, hoping it's going to somehow push all the carbon and levitate it into the northern reaches. There's some nutcase that convinced the elitists that they can spray huge amounts of chemtrails all over the entire world and push things around, creating a drought in California, which is their goal, to dry up the earth there so they can trigger an economic downturn in our economy, to keep our nation weak at all times. That's their primary goal. This is not blathering. You just don't understand a word I'm saying. Yeah. Many of you can't comprehend like a sentence I said two or 3 minutes ago, let alone everything I've said since. So let me keep this more like to a 7-second attention span chunk, okay? Hey, how y'all doing? Pretty good day today, huh? How you like the funny thing here? It's a pretty cool little spinning peace sign. We definitely will pursue the Stolen Valor Act. Yes. What Hopper did, in my mind, is illegal. I was very offended when he continued to pretend like his lie wasn't obvious. Yeah, really sad when people think that their lies are not obvious. I couldn't believe, I said to Sarah, I can't believe this guy thinks I believe him. Are you? Well, I'm not horny for you, buddy. Yeah, I'm not gay. That's the thing. You homosexual men are you must really have some hormonal issues going on, because you seem to be thinking constantly about sex. Biden's one-night visit to Mexico cost $538 $1,000 for hotels alone. Well, that was a discount compared to Obama. Obama spent way more than that. Oh yeah. Obama goes places that cost about 20 million bucks. Oh, you're a lady? Oh, excuse me. Well, in that case, you can remain as horny as you want. Just don't make a mess. All right, let's get back on track here. We're talking about the anti-war rally. Some of us are getting a little too frisky. Okay. Oh, now you're a woman? Used to be a man? That makes sense. The Green Party isn't an active party. We do a show every night. I don't see a single person on from any of the Libertarian or Green Party movements talking like we do, interacting with the American people. Nobody. You want to talk about visas for aliens? Well, I have a plan. You see, I do. You have family members that want to become an American citizen? Okay. Well, we have a plan called our Fast Track Naturalization Plan. And it's pretty unique in that it provides a guarantee that you will become a U.S. citizen if you pass the 6-question test in your home country. We want you to go back to your home country and go to the U.S. Embassy there, and you can take English, history, and government classes. And eventually, within 6 months, you'll have up to 6 months to take the test as many times as you need to take, but you'll also have to pay a fee of about $5,000, which is maybe worth it, maybe not. Coyote is like $3,000, and you have to lose your index finger. This is a little bit better. Yeah, so fast track naturalization is the plan. And I came up with this idea in 2008 because it was an outstanding solution. Sarah made some modifications to it. The modifications are that you go to your home country to do it. And we did raise the price from $1,000 to $5,000 when we realized that our government can't do anything for less than $5,000. There's so much corruption within the substructure of the U.S. Embassy system that I doubt we're going to be able to pull it off unless I get $5,000 per person. Plus, it creates a barrier. Now, I don't receive that money. That goes directly into the government's coffer. It will be a fund that'll be a liquid fund, a pay-as-you-go fund. So we won't be tapping into money from your tax dollars to pay for somebody's immigration plan into this country. Do we count with people from the third in the embassy? Anyone can get in as long as you're not a capital offender from another country and you have proof of birth. If you're like a 12-year-old with no proof of birth that you were born in America, we wouldn't give you access. So the anchor baby problem will be dealt with at the border. A modification to our fast track naturalization program would be to give all Border Patrol supervisors federal judgeship. This adheres to the 14th Amendment and the requirements of the Supreme Court circa 2000 when they set up a plan where we have to give everybody a trial that comes into our country. So the supervisors in the Border Patrol, and this is Sarah's idea, mind you. I like that idea a lot. The supervisors at the Border Patrol would be given the authority to make that decision and give you a quick trial. Pretty good idea, I must say. And it adheres with all Geneva Convention requirements. Beep, 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 beep. Forced defragmentation, purge, memory dump. Okay, I'm back on track. Thank you. I was spitting at my screen so much the past couple of weeks that I had to clean it today with alcohol, rubbing alcohol. It was just disgusting. He is. He's obsessed with himself and he's a shameless opportunist. I agree. No, you can't be my first lady, but maybe you might want to work in the White House somewhere, doing some laundry. David, if you're elected El Presidente, can I be a first lady? No. Multiple redundant servers, we can't stop, we won't stop. We have to play the song. We have multiple redundant servers. We are receiving too much information. System overload. Prepare musical interlude during defragmentation. Warning, 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 warning. feels better. A little clarity, a momentary cathartic moment there when everything just purged from my memory. Yes, now we can relax. Thank you. Yeah, one, then the two, and the three, yeah.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
For president. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
All right. Yeah, baby. Right on. Okay. Thank you. I want everybody to know that you can follow us on Twitter at Third Party. We fought very hard to keep that name. We had a hostile takeover attack on that name by a very big corporation playing games with us. And I can tell you that when you talk about standing up for something, we really literally got slammed by a hostile takeover attempt to take that name away. So we fought hard for this, folks. When you follow us, follow it with pride. That's us on Twitter, yes, at Third Party. Please follow us. Thank you. Tell your friends. Yeah, we've had numerous attacks, not only from the people you wouldn't think were concerned about a third party, like rich industrial leaders. But yeah, they're worried that an honest person is going to become president and basically hose them down with overtaking financial mischievous behavior. These people have engaged in very dangerous economic things that they do. For instance, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, all profit from government purchases of treasury bonds, from welfare, and from food stamps, respectively. Basically, Morgan Stanley makes money on the food stamps, 6%. That's mischievous, I think, to make 6% on food stamps. It seems almost ridiculous that we would pay them, but these are the kind of things that most people don't understand. And I, as president, will begin to curtail this ridiculous rape of our economy by these huge mega corporations. 6% goes to JP Morgan for welfare payments. Yeah, they handle the welfare payments, so they receive a 6% total on what you guys receive. It's ridiculous. And of course, Goldman Sachs, whenever they buy and sell a treasury bond, they make 6% as well. So these are companies that are siphoning off the government's big bottom line, which is pushing our nation really at risk financially. So they're bankrupting us as we go, and you guys are trying to hold on to your pennies and buy, a gallon of milk at Walmart like we did. Yeah, I'm paying about $2.89, $2.79 a gallon right now. Today we managed to find one for $2.69, but it was mismarked. So basically the guy said it'll be $2.99. I said, well, hey, it says $2.69 at the door. I mean, I literally made a deal about it. We're talking about 30 cents here. But it's cutting the corners that you guys are doing to survive in this economy, and I understand that too well. Defrag. I'm here to spread positivity. You will be president. Positivity show. Thank you. Okay. Cantaloupe is both of you. Boy, this is a real dead channel over there. Wow. I can't believe I don't even broadcast on that channel. I'm going to have to talk to Sarah about that. We're going to open up our live leak show, and we'll do that separately, I think. The eye is your mind, looking back at yourself, saying, why don't you wake up? Yeah, it's asking you to come to some realization here. It's helping you realize what's going on. And if it doesn't help you realize what's going on, then we'll go back to the original background. We have a plan called No Individual Mandates. I came up with this concept. It's not a Donald concept. I created this idea about a year ago. If he's using it, then it's not something in any way I can control. A person continues to take my ideas and he continues to use them as his own, but I can't control that, so it's not really might be something I'm going to deal with. Yeah, okay. That's the ticket. Some of you are struggling with reality. I understand. It's not easy making a living in this day and age. There's somebody behind me. Yeah, I'll do the news background. I know the eye is giving you a little problem. I've got a really nice news background for you. It's not an Illuminati. I was waiting for you guys to assume that it was, because you're also xenophobic about the Illuminati. When you're like cattle, you're already voting for the Illuminati by voting for Hillary and Donald. I've had people come in the show claiming I'm a shill. It's absurd. I've never had a single minute or a second of mainstream media attention. That's how completely brain dead they are. They don't even know the difference between a shill like Hillary or Donald and a guy who genuinely wants to help the country. It is kind of amazing, isn't it? I think I have some pretty cool spacey backgrounds. I've got a pretty nice one here for anti-war rally. This is the traditional Earth picture in the background. Isn't that snazzy? It's a snazzy background. But yeah, there's a constant press by the two parties to continue to start war overseas, because that's the only way they can finance growth in the economy. Instead of fixing the economy, they would rather just go ahead and pretend like the war is going to solve our economic blues. Most of all, they're actually going to blame a war on the massive amount of borrowing that they've done. So they borrow a tremendous amount of money and they have nowhere to turn. These are companies that are literally rigging interest rates, like the Libor scandal a few years ago with HSBC. Well, they've got their own way of making money right now with the new New York Stock Exchange is handling the money transfer and interest rate rigging around the world. So there may be a scandal there. The New York Stock Exchange is not owned by a U.S. company. It's owned out of Germany. I hope you realize that. So our country has already been losing a lot of the ground that we had made back in the 40s and 50s. And then you get people, one-day wonders like Donald Trump, who think they can borrow money and then do the same thing with our own country, which is already deep in debt. So funding a war is not something that would be beneficial for our economy, but it's the only move that the elitists have now is to start a war, because they cannot come to grips with the fact that they've borrowed so much money that they can't possibly meet their minimum interest payments on the debt. I missed you, monkey. Yes. Yeah, your vote is not wasted by writing in my name. It's a chance to actually do something different than the other two parties are laid out. And the more people you convince of this, the more likely we're going to make a big difference in this upcoming election. So it may seem like the opposite is true, that your vote is wasted if you vote for a write-in candidate. But ironically, if you do vote for a two-party candidate like Donald or Hillary, you're going to be facing the same plan, a New World Order plan, a greater police state, no concern about the environment, no concern about food products that are made out of GMOs, which I'm going to try to stop. This rampant GMO production in our country is looked at by the rest of the world as, you people are out of your mind. Even Russia is refusing to use GMOs in their food and agriculture. But for some reason, our nation has been hijacked by these corporate industrial pigs who need to be pulled in, reined in, much like Theodore Roosevelt did with the railroad industry that turned our nation around and helped the common worker. I'm trying to help the people that eat their food, you and your family, or eating cereals made with GMOs that could link to cancer or tumors in your body. I don't want you to die a horrible death because of that. I care about humanity. And I've been doing this for a simple goal all my life. It was just to improve this earth, not to leave it as a pile of just toxic waste, which our current two-party system is trying to do. So we are definitely concerned about the same things you're concerned about. Sarah and I are individuals. Thank you for writing me in 834. I appreciate that. Sarah and I are individuals trying to preserve our individual freedom. This past year, I was literally shocked when my local law enforcement sheriff's department didn't even bother calling me to confirm at the number that they had on file that I wasn't some danger. They went ahead and set up a sting operation in my neighborhood, a SWAT operation. They did a reverse 911 call to all the families around my home claiming there was a live shooter in the area. Freaking people out left and right, without even calling me on the phone an hour in advance. And they had my number on file. So I experienced an outrageous violation of my civil rights. And the protocols that were engaged in over there were so backward that it's almost laughable that they even have a SWAT team. And that's true in your area too. No matter where you are in America, people are being swatted unnecessarily. So yeah, I have an obligation to stop the growing police state. It's one of my number one priorities, actually, along with legalization, and the recreational use of marijuana will be available when I become president. I'm going to make sure that we legalize it if it's the last thing I do, frankly. I mean, if they blow my head off the day after I get elected, I will at least pass this law into effect the day I am elected president of the United States. So yeah, removing marijuana from the list of controlled substances is central to what we're doing. Well, let's be clear. Creating a pathway for a growth in our economy, it's a fantastic solution. In no way will I increase the police state. You know, this will not exist. When I become president, we will not have FEMA checkpoints. We won't have FEMA camps. I will pull the fencing off the FEMA camps and send it to the southern border, and my 1,000-mile fence, lethal electric fence idea will come to fruition. We will be able to build this with the FEMA fencing we currently have around camps, literally over 800 camps in America. Many of them in the northern sector we don't need, can be pulled down, all the fencing, and we can turn those FEMA camps into FEMA regional food centers, where we'll have a backup supply of food for you in the event of a disaster. We'll also be able to get that food to you directly, rather quickly, using a modern technique that I'm going to be utilizing. An idea I came up with in 2008 as well is a food drop, where we would have the ability to get to places that are hard to reach in the time of a disaster. And every regional area will be able to deliver food within hours of a major event. Now, this is food and water in a package that lands across the countryside and is scattered, and people can pick it up. All of my ideas were original, and 8 years ago I have proof that they've been talking about the 1,000-mile fence for 8 years. So we have solutions that just no other candidate can even get close to. We have an ocean pipeline project. which uses passive desalination as a key ingredient. What we're going to do is bring in salt water in here in these domes and spread these domes out all across the countryside. And what we need is the ability to let this water evaporate in a hot house environment. And these are very hot. In here, they get about 150 degrees in the hot sun. I'm in here. Here, you see me? Okay. So when we go into the tank, we're going to the shark tank now. Okay, when you go in here, you're going to actually have a very humid air blowing and accumulating dewdrops of pure H2O, 100% pure H2O on the top of the inside of this dome. And it collects in these rainwater areas right here, which are essentially reservoirs. And this will also do some reclamation of water in general too. We'll have a way to save water if there's flooding. Now, oftentimes when there's flash floods like in California, that water's lost. We're going to construct swills that will actually hold on to rainwater as well. And this is something our government hasn't even begun to start. All of these ideas will be a long-term 50-year plans, but we're going to get them going right away as soon as I become president. I have envisioned our country being completely free of any control of the weather patterns for fresh water, which will make our nation much more sustainable in the world economy. And we can export these projects around the world as a government-produced product. So these cells will be produced by our government, and we'll be able to present this to the American people and then to the world after that. It could be a bridge to peace, too, because if we bring these pipelines into areas like Gaza Strip, where the Palestinians are, where their water is terribly brackish and salty, we're going to see a major improvement in the dynamic of that nation or that state. The Palestinian state could actually benefit from fresh water. They could grow agriculture and begin growing an economy which is desperate in that region. And this is true in Africa and China. Any other country would be involved in possibly even duplicating the idea, and that would be okay too. We're not here to just make money. We're here to promote better solutions for mankind. I'm not going to do the pipeline for Palestine. They'd have to pay for it. Israel would probably want to do that. The number one supporter of aid for Palestine, by the way, is Israel, in case you didn't know. They provide the most humanitarian assistance in the Palestinian region. So to say that Israel is the big bad guy is just not true. But I don't want to let Israel continue human rights abuses like they've conducted in the past. Almost every 3 years you see numerous deaths in the Gaza Strip, Palestinians dying unnecessarily. And I will use economic sanctions against Israel to mitigate that in the future. One of the things I'm going to do is ask Israel to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement, because I believe they have nuclear weapons. And I believe anybody in the world who doesn't believe that is a fool. So if we don't get them to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement, guess what? We'll save nearly $7 billion a year. That's how much Israel is asking for now. They recently asked for $7.6 billion from Barack Obama per year in foreign aid, which is bizarre. Yeah, so Google is being run by Eric Schmidt, even though he's no longer the CEO. He's going to become the new head of the DoD Advisory Board. Now, this is right out in the open now. I was talking about how Google was owned by the government earlier. Classic proof right here that the government handshake is so strong that they literally use Google as their social network to trace all of your actions and follow all of our personal information. Schmidt is a scary guy because we don't need a national socialistic mentality like Google has. We need a democratically socialist mentality, if that were even possible. But when you have a country that literally is controlling its number one social network and buying it up secretly, it no longer is representative of the American people, and it no longer will serve the American people. So what I'm going to do with Google, as President of the United States, I will bust them. We will do a monopoly bust on Google, and this will not happen. We will not hire people like Schmidt to run a DoD advisory board. In fact, we're going to hire more young people to be doing online programming from their home. more and more people will be making $36,000 a year, as opposed to Google executives making $3 million a year. So there you have it. More opportunity for people to do telecommuting and working from their home. Less mega money makers right now that are currently at Google making tons of money sitting there drinking spritz coffee from Starbucks or whatever. Okay, Clinton agrees to a Fox News town hall on Monday with a fellow Democratic. Well, I'd love to get in the debate. Ask Clinton if I can get in the debate with Bernie and her. I'd love to rip him a new one. That'd be great. I used to be a Democrat. All right, this is getting a little bit weird. I'm reading things that I can't even imagine. You writing these about a guy with such a beautiful face as my own. And yes, I do have a couple of scars in my forehead, it's true. A little bit of Botox and some dermal abrasion, it should be gone. So, hook me up. Might cost me about $2,000. But I'm not interested in worrying about my face or any physical abnormalities that I may possess. My large body parts are irrelevant. Just because I have extremely long fingers, I don't make a big deal about talking about my long fingers. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't discuss my large penis. It's irrelevant. You guests have absolutely nothing on your mind. I'm going to try to get down to your level, okay? Let me toggle down to your level. It's going to be difficult. Hang on. Yeah, I need to get some sort of a facial change makeover or something. How do I get down to your level here? I don't have anything to make myself look stupid. Sorry. I have no idea how to do that. You're Americans? Okay. No, I'm not a racist. I've never said a racial slur in my life. Ever. I have no idea. What do you mean, no idea? I think I've got you figured out. Your mom is a prostitute, and your dad hasn't been home for 6 years. Am I right? Just say yes or no. It's real simple. Okay. Now you can admit it. It's no. I mean, this is kind of like an open source event. We can talk about things candidly. Whichever one has a mother who's a prostitute whose dad hasn't been back in 6 years is probably the one I'm talking to. Exactly. Which one of you has the mother for a prostitute that dad hasn't been back in 6 years? Surely one of you. I guess the winner is guest 418. Yeah. I think we've decided who that person is. Well, this really has descended into kind of a mindless troll center, but thank you for coming in. It really does mean a lot to me that you're trolling me. It's an honor to be trolled by you. But I don't want to sit here and bore you with facts and truths, like the ocean pipeline. You're not good enough for that. You're not even good enough to talk about chemis in the sky. Do. Chemis in the sky. I don't even want to talk about chemicals being dumped on your head. That's kind of more. I don't even want to talk about giving you a food supply in the event of a disaster. I mean, you're not even worthy of that either. Yeah, you don't seem to understand the importance of what we're doing here. I'm getting to that simple fact. I'm titrating this down to a very simple and pure essence of your stupidity. Well, if I'm annoying, you haven't met anything yet. Because I basically, I toggle myself down to about 34% of my capability. Normally I'm a very animated person, and sometimes it takes a lot to subdue that. Some of my shows have been very vociferous, and I've actually gotten behind a lot of our plans. In one case, I used a bag to demonstrate my sincerity and effort to promote this effort, this third party. I'm not afraid of doing what's necessary to save the nation and to bring peace. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Hallelujah. Fast track naturalization is my way of helping the immigrants who can't get here legally, who are trying to get into the country by sneaking in. Because once I build the 1,000-mile fence, not the wall that Mexico's going to pay for, because that's not happening. Once I build the 1,000-mile fence, people are going to need a way to get into the country. Using this method, it'll be fairly quick and easy for them to get a 6-month opportunity to get a U.S. citizenship, dual citizenship capability. Not really. My chances are steadily improving. The longer I sit on these shows, it's incremental. Admittedly, it's more like a snail moving forward, but eventually that snail gets to the top of the tree, and it's a top snail. Number one snail among all the other deadbeats in the country. I'm the one who's actually saving the nation, and I'm not a deadbeat. You see, the American people will finally realize logic will eventually, almost like osmosis, will eventually leach in. After 8 years of Bush, you wanted somebody different, so you wanted the liar we know as Barack Obama. 8 years of Barack Obama's lies, and here we are. Right back at square one, and you're still voting for a two-party liar. Amazing, huh? Serious lag. We're being censored dramatically right now. Let's turn the spinner from on to off. All right, we can do that. There's nothing communistic about our book. It's built on a centrist platform, so I resent what you're saying. Now Bernie's talking about electric fence now. Yeah, it's mindless. All these people are following me. I'm the leader. No, I have no relationship to Art Bell or to any Filipino women who are underage. Yeah, well, two wrongs haven't made a right, have they? You know, I stand more than a zero chance. I'm actually moving up rapidly right now. I'm offering a 4-day work week, so if you hear that from Bernie or Donald, I'm leading on that issue just to show you that I'm leading on all kinds of issues right now. Jesse Ventura is not in any way capable of running. He's been living in Mexico surfing too long. I'm talking like this. You know, the argument that I look like Julia Childs is a very well-noted argument. Let me just bring my face up to Julia Child's face, and I'll compare my facial comparison. You'll love it. You haven't even bothered to try to get me on the ballot in your states. That's why you haven't seen me win any states. Guess 131. Julia Childs. Bon appetit. We will now do facial comparison between myself and Julia Childs. Bon appetit. Hold, please. Preparing facial positioning. She is dead, by the way. So I'm living. She's dead, just to clarify. Bon appetit! I think that's hilarious. I'm sorry, I just had to have fun. Yeah, I respected her. You know, she brought a lot of people. She's the reason why I started cooking, actually. I'm a wonderful chef. I'm a gourmet chef. And unlike Chef Ramsay, who uses salt everywhere he cooks, I'm a low-salt expert. So I learned from Julia Childs. I even have her original novel, her first paperback printing. So yeah, she's not my mom though. Yeah, I look just like her. I know. You guys are great. Thanks for sharing that simple fact. I should do a Julia Childs impersonation. I'm not gay. Yeah, many of you have some weird notion that I'm gay when clearly I exude male heterosexual vibes. I mean, women dig me. I dig women. So I don't know where you're coming from. Maybe a lot of you are just so sexually frustrated and bi-curious that you yourself are struggling with your sexual identity. You're going through what is called homosexual panic, where you're unsure of whether you're gay or straight or transgender. Don't worry. Time will sort it out. Eventually you'll get AIDS or something and you may not live. So don't worry about it. All right? Relax. That's right. Next person to call me gay will be reported to Mark Vaughn, the Donald Trump supporter. You know, I don't discuss body parts on our show, primarily because it's not part of my function. My goal is primarily to help you realize the dangers of war and corruption within our government. I'm here to improve the environment and make a better place for you and your family to live long term. Yeah, relax, you're dying. Just, enjoy your life, whatever's left of it. Be a good pep talk for a hospice, wouldn't it? Hey everybody, how you doing? Relax. I know you're dying, but you need to have fun. All right? So let's all gather together and sing some songs. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya, oh Lord. All right. Will you fund the effort to replace manual labor jobs with robots? No. That'll be provided to you by Monsanto. They have the necessary funding from the Rothschilds to create enough robots to replace all of you. You are not needed anymore. Humans have no longer had a purpose on this planet. Artificial intelligence has given you that option. You can die now or die later, but robots are here to stay forever. I'm not making fun of a hospice. I'm trying to cheer people up. They're dying. Yeah, you're dying too. You breathe the chemical air that they're dumping in the air above you, and you don't even give a crap. Many of you are going, oh God, this guy's so weird. He's talking about chemtrails. Ugh, what a whack job. And I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to provide a clean, green environment for you. Clean water, bring back American values, birds and the bees, the whole thing. Trump doesn't even know what a third party is. He'd have to go to my website to read my platform like he did before. You're proud to... I know you're a transgender. I'm trying to explain that that's something you're dealing with. You have an identity gender crisis going on. You're going through what is called homosexual panic. I realize this stupid mofo. And what's more important is I've been doing this for 7 years because I don't have any other alternative. The media will not bring me into the fold. I'm too outlandish for the average American media station. I'm not controllable. I'll say things they can't predict, and that scares the mainstream media. Trump has gained a little bit of weight. I'm a little worried that he may be hitting the lobster rolls a little too much. I had at Sarah a little lobster roll today. I was at the market, and it was like 3 for $20. And there wasn't any lobster meat in it. It was amazing. And she laughed. It's like 3 for $20 and there's no lobster. Like, I know. You need to go to Maine to get lobster. All right, so we're going to show you some candid caricatures of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, because we know that your brain power is not capable of comprehending complex thoughts like staying out of war, voting for a third party. That's too tough for you to understand. So we're going to make it real simple for you. We're going to make fun of the pictures. All right? You're a little hoarse there. Yeah. Spank your monkey, everybody. If this turns you on, you are either messed up in the head or you've got a cartoon fetish. There is no nudity in this picture, so I'm within my rights to show a caricature of other candidates. God knows there's enough caricatures of me out there. Well, Trump said that on The View in 2006. Very weird that he said he wanted to date his daughter. You know, if she wasn't his daughter, he would date her. It's just weird stuff. Very weird. Weird. So we got a couple of real trustworthy potential candidates with the two parties. Seems that they have a lot of things on their mind. They can't answer questions. You know, this is really an indictment of the American people that we have these two horrible presidential candidates running. It's a statement of how brain dead and locked up our political system is. They won't even allow a guy like me to talk in the media. And you have the audacity, some of you have the audacity to come in here and say, hey, no one's heard of you. How do you expect us to vote for you? You have the audacity to come into the show and say, hey, man, don't you really all these people are trolling you? Dude, I have no other way to reach out to the people. 7 years now of doing this, and I'm still right where I'm at. I'm a testimony to the censorship that's going on in your country. All right? You can't understand that. I realize that. You never tested your freedom. Therefore, you don't have any freedom. You can't handle the truth. That Donald Trump has political experience? Excuse me, I ran for office already. He hasn't. I got 4,200 plus votes. He didn't. Except recently. All right, thank you. All right, now that you can't understand a word I'm saying, we can look at pretty pictures, okay? All right. Yeah, no individual mandates. You don't understand that, do you? Yeah, that's a little too complex for you. That means I'm not going to force you to do anything. All right? Thank you. And as far as a 4-day work week, we're going to see if Donald Trump or Bernie starts talking about this, because this is my new idea. I'm putting it on the table. If they copy it, I pretty much know where that came from. All right. We do not allow bad words in our show, so please don't use bad words and stop demoralizing our show. Thank you. Nope, Funkin' Junkie, we are not. Actually, I'm getting different results every show we do. And in no way is this insanity. If it is insanity, it's basically you unable to recognize the power that they have over the media. The rich, moneyed interests, the uber wealthy, have actually done an incredibly good job of controlling your brain and preventing you from thinking. The FBI was investigating Hillary, but no longer. Yeah, they're going to give her a free ride. Nobody in the GOP wants to prosecute her either, which is interesting. Yeah, this more than verifies my point all along that the two parties have been run and owned by the same corporate elitist group. Uber wealthy. Clear the stable. Moo. So these are the kind of people you want to run the country? You realize how screwed you are? I'm not screwed because I don't have to work for a living. I saved up enough money just to kick back and rest on my laurels. Even if I run out of money, I still have food and property and cars and fuel. I mean, I got it covered. Yes, do diversify, buy silver or gold. You got to definitely diversify. But you're screwed. You're not going to make it through the next decade. A lot of you, 90% of you are going to be dead. It's a heads up for you to actually wake up right now, and we can prevent all this. But because you can't understand what I'm saying, chances are you're just going to be like the Jews that were carted off to Dachau to be executed in the gas chambers. Believe me, I'm completely unhingeable. I can completely go off the grid. I've got plenty of solar batteries. I've got wind power generators. I can easily go off the grid, no problem. Even live off water reclamation and filter that with multiple stage filters. You can't even get close to that. You can't touch that.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't.
So what's big for in this coming election year? Please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
For president. We can't stop, we can't stop.
vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Okay, now I'd like to talk about the modern development that I want to put out there for all 747s, this blimp plane. A completely carbon fiber exoskeleton dirigible that can fly with the plane, can get it up in the air, reach altitudes as high as 10,000 feet above the earth, and transport people at 1/3 the speed of a normal jet, with a savings of 90% off the fuel. This is a big, huge win for our country, because what we can do is provide travel at low cost, like $100 to go to LA to New York in a sleeper, 10 hours it'll take you, 300 miles per hour, and ultimately provide a guaranteed safe travel with parachutes on board that will prevent it from collapsing and crashing. None of these vehicles will ever crash again. All 747s can be retrofitted with this as the aging infrastructure reaches a point at which stress fractures in the fuselage necessitate the retrofitting of a dirigible with an outer covering. The outer covering will be made out of Kevlar. A highly safe, dense, impenetrable surface will be created, and it will be very lightweight. The product inside will be a highly developed carbon fiber system that can be extruded using a 3D modeler and a 3D printer. At a large scale, this could be mass produced, and we could easily have these retrofitted on top of jets. But it will not be coming out of your tax dollars. This is all going to be financed through a program called Renewable Energy Savings Bonds, which I plan on implementing as president. So yeah, getting to the White House, saving our nation, getting sensible solutions to the forefront, even getting into the dialogue has been my biggest challenge. Because I have an incredibly high IQ, I'm able to actually pierce through the illogical nature of the mindless dribble coming out of a lot of the government officials. When they see me come to meetings, they are actually frightened. When I introduce myself in front of large groups like I have in the past in my area, they usually end up yelling at me because I am so controversial. There's nobody who can get into a conversation more quickly and more rapidly than I can. And there's nobody who can shake things up faster than I can. I'm one of renowned, notorious people in my area for being incredibly verbally vocal about certain issues. And I've already done an amazing job of reaching out to my local community and trying to help them when they can't even see the light staring right in their eyes. They can't see the light or the forest for the trees. So I'm here to try to keep pushing for that on a national level, because the local area, in my area, is pretty much dumbed down. They're so hook, line, and sinker supportive of the military here that they don't even realize these jets, these F-35s that they fly over our head, producing 120 decibels of air pollution, actually fracture the livers of the residents living in my island. I had to put a double layer of insulation on my roof just to deal with it. But this is a reckless abuse of our environment by the government. If you have read the environmental safety requirements of the EIS report, it's called the Environmental Impact Statement by the Navy, you'll know that our country now is allowing the Navy and the Air Force to do biological, nuclear, and chemical testing along the coastlines of both the West and the East. This is something that they actually legitimize. They can do it. They can dump chemicals on our heads. There's nothing we can do to stop them because we've got no support in Congress. Nobody understands what's going on. I made efforts in 2010 to stop this from happening. I wrote claims to the EIS report. It's on file, claiming that they need to stop this reckless use of air pollution and sonar. I mean, whales are dying out in the ocean. We've got numerous whales dying in the ocean, the Pacific Ocean, from sonar testing the Navy's engaged in right now. The Navy has openly stated that they're going to lose 18 million sea life animals Actually, excuse me, it's been updated to 27 million. 27 million marine mammals will die in 5 years of testing. And our government is okay with that. And this is on top of radiation coming from Fukushima. This is a serious problem. So a bigger military-industrial complex is not going to save this world or this environment. We've got to reverse this, folks, and the voters are the only ones that can do this. If I haven't won you over yet on my sincerity and my ideas to save the nation, maybe you'll like this flat tax idea. Because my flat tax idea, unlike Donald Trump's, which wants to tax the poor, mine doesn't hit until $100,000 in income. And that flat tax will be the same for U.S. businesses, individuals, and corporations, and nonprofits as well. So it's across the board, no tax deductions, no credits, not like with Donald. This 10% tax is a serious flat tax designed to prevent lobbyists from manipulating Congress, whereas he's got all these tools in his tax proposal which will be manipulated by a very powerful moneyed interest. I don't want that to happen. Not if we're going to pass a flat tax. We need to make it important here. This is not a charade. This is actually a real event. What you're not aware of is that this is probably the only last chance you'll get to stop the two-party system from turning your country into a police state, and worse than that, a nation that begins what may be ethnic cleansing. I know that sounds wild, but Donald Trump's already talked about creating deportation forces and IDing Muslims. So you need to wake up real soon, real fast right now. Because I don't support any tax increases at all. I'm talking about a tax reduction. Whereas Bernie Sanders is pushing for a $15 trillion tax increase, hitting most taxpayers. This is why I'm not a socialist, folks. Now this guy, in case you didn't know, never worked until he was the age of 40 years old. He didn't work until he was 40 years old. I was practically, at the peak of my work years at 40. And I retired at the age of 50. But this is a guy that wants to tax America $15 trillion. That's a serious story. Well, I'm sure he would mention a third party because he knows he has to go there if he gets kicked out of the Republican Party. And in that case, he'd be heading straight into what we're doing right now. And it would be no different than you writing his name in on the ballot. And it would come down to you writing Donald Trump versus you writing David Sponheim on the ballot. That's that simple. Boink is sick in the hospital. Yep, I'm sorry to hear that. I was wondering how he was doing. Boink had a major accident, folks. He was driving drunk and he crashed and he lost his leg. It's a terrible, terrible thing that happened to Boink. I saw Boink's trajectory when I first encountered him. When I met Boink 4 years ago, he was taking his GoPro camera out and shooting videos of him having sex. And I said, where do you expect to go with this? And he said he wanted to get in the porn industry. I said, well, if you do that, you could, get AIDS or something. Well, what happened to Boink is he did 1,347 scenes in 3 years. Boink, guy used to come into our show. 1,347 scenes in the adult film industry in 3 years. He made a lot of money. He bought a car. He had to give it up because he couldn't meet the payments. He lost his down on that car. And he went on a wild drive and he got into a car accident and he lost his leg. And now he's struggling to survive. He's dealing with colitis and countless other medical diseases that have faced. It's a serious, tragic situation what happened to Boink. And I tried to save him. I really did. I tried to say, hey man, don't do this. Your team lost? I'm sorry. Yeah, Monsanto needs to be charged with the Justice Department needs to actually go after Monsanto in their efforts to charge farmers for GMO seeds that they didn't even order. That's got to stop. And I'm telling everybody in Iowa, I will immediately get the Justice Department to file a lawsuit based on a precedent that occurred last year in the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court ruled that you cannot in any way patent a human gene made out of carbon, I would apply that same ruling to all organisms made out of carbon, which would automatically rule out any patent licensing capability for Monsanto. I'm going after Monsanto with a vigor. I assure you, you farmers are protected. I've got your back. Trust me on that. And it's a personal thing I've got because my family were farmers. Back in the 1800s and 1900s, my grandparents were farmers in North Dakota. So I have a serious interest in fixing this problem. I promoted organic food during the 1980s. I was one of the leaders, pioneers in organic food marketing. And I was very happy to bring that idea to various big corporations like Safeway, which still produces organic food, which is really good to know. Well, I got to tell you guys, I'm right on a lot of policies. You just may not hear what I'm saying. You know, I don't want war. I don't want a seed war like we've been doing. In 1975, Rand Corporation, wow. In 1975, the Rand Corporation did a study, what would America be like if we were not at war? And the finding was so dramatic that they didn't even publish it. It took decades later, the Freedom of Information Act, to get the truth out about what's going on with war. War is the secret our government's been using to keep our economy flowing. One of our greatest GDP producers is the military-industrial complex. And I'd be kidding myself if I thought I would be getting rid of the entire budget for the military. We spend more money on the military than all other nations combined in America. But I can shave it to $500 billion. And I can do it using modern techniques to initiate low-cost unmanned aerial vehicle production. Whereas right now we are paying a lot of money for unmanned aerial vehicles. The U.S. Navy just paid $1 billion to Northrop for this particular item. Thank you. I sometimes mute my mic and I can't always control the toggle on it. One of these could be used to drain the American dollar, tax dollar. But if we were able to produce these in mass produce them with cheaper ingredients, we would have a better chance of defending our nation and keeping our costs down. So this technology can be replicated with cheaper ingredients. We don't necessarily have to go to Northrop for this particular technology. Luckily, we have the patent on it because we paid for it. Now, if Northrop wants to control the patent on this particular device, I would tell them, no, I'm sorry, we are the owners of the patent. You don't own it. We paid you $1 billion. We therefore go to other contractors within the United States, and I've even talked about building an unmanned aerial vehicle and unmanned vehicle university here on the West Coast and one on the East Coast for young men and women to go to study how to build these. Robotics, an accelerated program that could give people a fast track to getting a good job and a career in robotics production. I'm really looking forward to retooling the Navy base that we have here, the Naval Air Station, and creating a robotics center that can produce drone technology at much less cost than Northrop. So this is a huge major change in the way we look at defense technology. Thank you. All right, now I get to relax and just read chat. It's been fun talking, though. I appreciate it. Well, Boyk always talked about sex. He came in the show every single night talking about sex. It wasn't great. It just, I felt sorry for him. I know. People walk for miles for salt. I will be debating Trump and Hillary. Thank you, Beekman. I'm the best choice for the presidency, folks. There's no point in denying it. Time is right for me to get into the debates. You helped me get there. Boink was only about, I'd say, 25. His career was collapsing because he had no leg. He couldn't exactly, make porn with a stub. Well, we had fun, but I was never really comfortable talking about porn or sex. So I kind of like to change the subject right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Okay, we had a really interesting show that came in earlier. This is a short clip that came from Scissor Fight. Let me show it to you. When we saw George H.W. Bush go to NASA recently, there was a picture of a green screen in the background. Many people are thinking that NASA uses green screens more often than we know. Let me show you this.
Hello. Been here once before. Nice to meet you. Good, how are you? Pleasure to meet you, sir. Welcome to MCC. Thank you. Awesome. That's a Texas. That's a picture of Washington. Hello. Been here once before. Hello. Been here once before. Key means you can use any background that you like. This is what the background looks like. This is the true background that we film this on. With chroma key, it means you can have any background that you like this, or maybe this, or maybe this.
Okay. Excuse me. That was a bit much, I know. Very interesting. Yes, hey Beekman, hi. What was the fraud? I have not hated Boink ever. No, I just didn't. I felt sorry for him. No. Apparently some of you have become enamored by the word Boink. This is a good article. Monsanto is suing California for telling people the truth about its chemicals. Isn't that amazing? This is anti-media source. Make no mistake about it. Read them and weep, everybody. Monsanto is suing the state of California for its intent to include glyphosate, the main ingredient in its widely popular herbicide, Roundup, on its Proposition 65 toxic chemical list. A decision came after the World Health Organization classified glyphosate as a probable carcinogen in March of 2015. Well, that was mighty big of the World Health Organization to do that. What fraud are you talking about? You talking about NASA and engaging in the green screen activity? That was the fraud we were talking about. It's called NASA green screen. That was the video that just played. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The fraud is that NASA doesn't really have a space station. Yeah, they don't. There's no real international space station up in the air. If it is, it's been abandoned years ago. My background is a green screen, yes. That's true. Let's switch to this. Thank you. Yeah, you don't have to verify this, Beekman. Many of you will never realize how you've been lied to. Voicemails revealed Donald Trump's cozy relationship with the liberal media. Somebody got into Donald Trump's voicemail box. Gawker.com is proposing that this is a big reveal. This came in last night. I have not seen this article yet. No, it isn't weak. In fact, you look at the International Space Station, and all of the film is done, most of it's done in underwater. They're wearing like suits. It's kind of sad. But it doesn't matter, really. I mean, you can believe NASA is a wonderful place. You can even believe that the Curiosity robot has traveled on Mars and frequently goes there. But it's hard pressed to really prove it, you know. The Curiosity robot actually was seen in Greenland by a photographer who zoomed in on Google Earth.
Hey guys, thank you for watching. Wait till you see this. If you haven't seen this already, man, wait till you see this. If you think for 1 minute that NASA has told you the truth ever
in the history of their history, wait till you see this. This is
not quite the distance that NASA says, but I can't find anybody who's in charge of this. They must be hiding behind these rocks. Oh no, there they are in front of everybody, just standing there. Lovely. Okay. Sun here. Totally looks like the Mars terrain to me. Just need the red filter. Let's see, can we find anything? I see the mountains.
Do you see the stacked
There's the road like we saw on last Monday. I bet you these guys are just scamming us. Nothing this whole way. Definitely looks like Mars terrain though. Alright, let's head back this way. Yeah, if you go look at Mars pictures, go to Gigapan or any site that has, you can even go to NASA.gov and look at all their Mars
Brainless, dickless!
truck. Head filter. For one, climb. Yeah. So.
All right there.
It was funny. So keep kind of going through here and see if it. What the?
Yeah, that was the Curiosity rover in Greenland. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting video. Well worth looking at. If you'd like, I'll play that for you later tonight. But there's a lot of things that are just not adding up. Okay, here we're going to go to voicemails revealed Donald Trump's cozy relationship with the liberal media. Let's take a good look at this, because I haven't given it this close scrutiny that I should have yesterday. All right. Here we go. Wow. Earlier Thursday morning, Gawker received an anonymous email with an attachment that purported to contain recordings from Donald Trump's voicemail inbox. Among the recordings were messages left for Trump by various celebrities, most notably MSNBC's Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski and Tamron Hill. While Gawker was unable to independently verify their authenticity, the recordings certainly appear to be genuine. In addition to those from the MSNBC personalities, there were messages from longtime Barack Obama advisor David Axelrod. Whoa. New England's Patriots quarterback Tom Brady and boxing promoter Don King. You know, Don King was charged with murder. You know, he served time in jail for murder. All of whom spoke to Trump in a friendly and familiar manner. Donald Trump's primary rivals for the Republican nomination, Senators Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, have both called on Trump to authorize the New York Times to release a transcript or recording of an interview he conducted with the newspaper, a portion of which was off the record. They think the recording will reveal that Trump is not the version of himself he presents to Republican voters, politically incorrect and unafraid of offending liberal elites, but in fact that the authentic Trump is a creature of elite Manhattan society, who counts among his personal friends many members of the decadent liberal media, and whose natural habitat is an Upper East Side cocktail party. As Cruz has put it, Trump has New York values. These voicemails buttress that argument. They indicate that Trump maintains friendly personal relations with members of the elite political press, even as he demonizes them. While Trump and some of his journalistic interrogators play oppositional roles on the public stage, the voicemails suggest that they are in fact favor-trading pals when the cameras are off. Wow. This is a really good indictment of the Trumpster. Yeah, we all know that he's up to some really weird games. You know, borrowing 6 of my ideas to topple his components in the Republican race has been one of those techniques he's used. And when I came up with a 1,000-mile fence idea in 2008, I didn't expect it to be bantered around by Michelle Bachmann and Donald Trump. But here we go. Even Bernie Sanders is talking about a lethal electric fence now. Boink, are you here? Is Boink here? Well, I don't think it's appropriate to make fun of handicapped people, you know. I wasn't making fun of people in hospices the other few minutes ago. I was trying to make a point. People need to look positive toward the future, even if they are going to die soon. All right? So many of you might as well get your affairs in order, because in the next 10 years, the elitists plan on getting rid of 90% of the population. Well, the fence idea was actually something that required me to measure the number of miles. I had to take a measurement, and I was doing it on Google Map, and I found 1,000-mile number pops right up. I had to measure the areas that are vulnerable to invasion from the south. Well, Boink had a major car accident about 1.5 years ago in which he lost his leg. And he came into my room and he talked to us about his situation. He couldn't take a crap effectively. He was suffering from severe colitis 3 months ago when he came in our show. So he's probably in the hospital. What happens, let me tell you the cycle of negative things that spiral when you go to a hospital, when you lose your leg. Number one, you get a staph infection. You get flesh-eating bacteria. They pump you up with tremendous amount of painkillers. They probably fed him Vicodin for lunch, or even something more intense, some opiated patch or something. When he was high on drugs, he got constipated. So you can imagine having lost your leg, having made 1,347 porn movies where you spew your load for camera, which is what he described what he was doing. Yeah, you like that? And basically, this guy was abused. He was basically an object to be manipulated by porn producers. I don't know what his porn name was. Do you like that? I know, isn't that great? I know, some of you are fantasizing. But the reality is, this guy basically was used up, washed out, and lost the best years of his life. And then he went on a ride with his buddy, that was Barlow was his name. Barlow is famous in the porn industry. He and Boink used to hang out. Barlow has died of AIDS. Boink told me that. I'm giving you all the information he gave me. Boink has encountered a massive problem with his colitis, and it probably is dealing with that right now and suffering. So then it becomes a case of corticosteroids being given to him, which will lower his immune system. This is how the doctors that are practicing medicine on you like you're a guinea pig end up killing people like Boink. This is not funny. Boink now can't even probably withstand a disease like a flu or a cold. He could get pneumonia, and at a young age he could die because he's so maxed out on corticosteroids. I understand his diet plan. I understand his entire pharmaceutical plan is screwed up. People don't tell people like that, you got to live on Metamucil and eat fruit, cocktail all day long. They don't tell people like that. So yeah, he may very well die soon. If he is still alive, we don't know, because he hasn't been in our room in 3 months. Well, we're making the entire show a dedication to Boink, and I hope he feels better. So let's all say a prayer, even if you atheists want to bow your head and pray to your non-God. Let's pray for Boink and hope that he'll get better. I hope he gets better, yeah. Hope for a speedy recovery. Amen. Yeah, I'm going to tell Sarah that we're going to probably not broadcast on that network in the future. Yeah, it's no point. Well, he used to come in and talk about sex. I mean, that's about all I can talk about right now. Many of you have lost your way. You're intensely engrossed in nonsense and masturbation and free porn. Your daily life is... I'm not that funny. Your daily life is comprised of jerking off, hoping that you'll be able to jerk off again by the end of the day and not get pain in your groin. Women may have something else. I'm not sure of their metabolism. No, I will not disband any religious group. I'm not Donald Trump. We will not ID Muslims. 100% proof the ISS is real? More like fake. Boy, you really maxed out my processor. Holy moly. 9 strangest flying robots, world's biggest drone show. Really? This sounds like fun. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in under the big tent tonight, it's Bozo's Defense Industry Big Top, where we spend money recklessly. In this corner, number 1, the Snow Goose Bravo, Canada-based Mist Mobility Integrated Systems Technology, is an update to the company's Snow Goose CQ-10A cargo drone. It played a role in the U.S. Special Operations Command missions for years. Check out this roll. Pretty cool. Canada came up with this drone. Very impressive. You do pokey sex stuff to your friends, what? I don't need to know this. TMI. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me my posture needed to go vertical. We are now in the extended show. We do not have cowbell on command tonight. We lost the cowbell insignia. Hold, please. Yeah, there's no reason for me to even be there. It's taking up CPU power. Darth Randall? Okay, you can defend yourself against anything. I am not going to discuss my rather large penis. Thank you for asking, though. I was ashamed to hear that Donald Trump made a big issue of his penis in the debate. It's sad when a presidential candidate has to talk about his large penis, or in his case, not so large. Or maybe he does have one, who knows? I'm not really gay, so, I wouldn't be talking about men's penises normally, but he brought it up. Okay, check out this cool little Hummingbird 2 for airborne delivery and situational awareness. It has a ceiling of 14,000 feet and a top speed of 60 miles per hour. I was wondering what was hovering over my house the other day. Indigo Quadcopter conducts disaster relief efforts in Vanuatu. I take you to Brian Williams in Vanuatu. Brian, go ahead. Well, Dave, I'm here with the helicopters are attacking. Beep, beep. Yeah, I consider Trump as a VP. Yeah. As long as I'm running as president, I consider him as a VP. I know a lot of you like him, but I'd have to keep him in check. We certainly don't need a Nazi running for president. Cowbell effect on cue. Thank you. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. If you're getting a set tone, it's because our computer is recalibrating. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Waiting for cowbell. This is the cowbell special effect. I don't know. 637, I don't think he does have anything like what I've got. I was born with a rather nice package. I'll never forget the time when my father said that, "Don't worry, Dave, it'll get bigger." I just jumped out of a 40-degree pool of water, and my testicles had sunk into my abdomen. We were doing the Arctic plunge on the East Coast, and we were rinsing off in the shower there. "Don't worry, Dave, it'll get bigger." I thought that was the funniest thing ever. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about small rodents. Yeah, we were worried about this little, well, whatever. Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay, let's get back to non-sex chat USA. Many of you are suffering from a sex addiction. I can see that. We're here to help. We're trying to lower your interest in sexuality and try to get you away from constant masturbation. Imagine starving to death and looking up in the sky and seeing me drop air, water, food, water from the air. Well, in December, we're actually going to be building a thing called a third party. The difference between what's happening now and what's happening in December will be this right here. There won't be an encouraging message from your sponsor. I won't be promoting the candidacy for 2016. That's the only difference. We'll still have a patriotic show dealing with key issues affecting the economy. I get to watch while the next president takes on the worst country's economy in history, if I don't get chosen as the president. But if you want to write me in this upcoming election, this is your opportunity to stop the police state from forming. I will never drop out. I'm not a quitter. No, I'll be running all the way up against Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Toward the end of the race, toward November, it'll be obvious to you who the best person for the presidency is. The person that came up with all of Donald Trump's ideas, or Donald Trump? The person who actually left the Democratic Party because of Hillary and Barack Obama at an early stage, showing the American people that I'm not part of that tax and spend mentality? Or Hillary Clinton, who's leaning toward communism, giving up your freedom of individuality and sacrificing your individual rights for the collective? What international experience do you have? Not a lot of international experience, I'll admit. I've been to Canada and Mexico, but I'm kind of held back. I'm not allowed to actually talk to anyone from foreign countries. It's a violation of the Logan Act if I were to communicate with somebody like Kim Jong-un. If I got him on the phone right now, for instance, and got him on the horn. "Hello, Kim Jong-un, hello there, how are you? This is David Sponheim there, buddy. Yeah, could I get through here?" I don't think I'd make a big difference. In case you're wondering, Dennis Rodman violated the Logan Act when he went to see North Korea and participate in political discussions with Kim Jong-un. So no one can really get foreign experience unless they have the approval of the president. I've never been to the Middle East, and I never will. I'll never go to the Middle East for fear that I'll have my head blown clean off. I won't be making many trips out of the White House, folks. I'm kind of a homebody. Count on me at the buffet, and I'll be greeting you in my bulletproof 9-inch glass at the buffet. But I don't really expect to make hand contact with you. You'll see me at the White House in real time. Unless, of course, it's the holographic image of David playing in pretending to interact with you, in that case, I will be wearing a dog chain saying, I am a hologram. I am a hologram. I am a hologram. I am a hologram. So you'll walk up and say, hey, Dave, nice to meet you. Hello, how are you? Nice to see you too. Let me pretend to shake your hand. Yeah, but you'll be grazing at the buffet, I'm sure. We're going to have a wonderful lunch-dinner combo. Something like maybe $12.95, $14.95, something like that. But you'll be able to have your fill of some of the freshest organic non-GMO food grown in the Rose Garden, along with maybe a little healthy pack of medical marijuana to take home if you're an adult from our marijuana garden that we will have at the White House. A little something from the people that brought you the best day of your life. A chance to meet the President of the United States and interact interactively with a real human. Now, if I'm not there, you will have the three-dimensional hologram to fill in for my being. But there'll be, like I said, a dog chain saying, I am a hologram. Sarah will be playing a wonderful role. She may not even be vice president if Donald Trump wants to take on that position. We've considered making him vice president, in that at least he recognizes good ideas. Thank you for taking my ideas, Donald. And defeating Jeb in the race. That was an important, big moment. You know, to knock Jeb out of the race, I didn't want to have to do that. That's a lot of work. And Donald did a good job. Sarah might be Joint Chief of Staff. She's that good working with people. She's an incredible, logical woman and could very well be the first female president of the United States of America. Unless, of course, Hillary wins this election, which would be a disaster. But it can happen. Let's see what a world would be like with Hillary as president. Let's see. More of the more RFIDing, microchipping, where she's going to endorse microchipping of human beings. She'll probably put together Obamacare, a debtor prison. That would be coming. A carryover of a bummer. Debtor prison. She's going to tax the hell out of the American people for anything they want to spend money on, because she and Bill love to spend money. This is a fascinating news story. Mother Nature's nanotechnology, an oak leaf turned into a functioning battery. Isn't that special? Unless Sarah wants to carry a child, we wouldn't be having a child in the White House. It would be her choice. If she chose to actually carry a child, that'd be fine. It's up to her. Hey, I don't think you guys understand. I'm not in this for personal gain. I'm not invested in the outcome of this election. Frankly, because I'm not materialistic, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not doing this for power, mindless power. I'm doing this to solve problems. I'll be a little bit sad that I won't be able to implement my solutions in time. I've been sad in the 2012 election. I've been sad in the 2008 election. It's not like I haven't gone through this before, folks. I've been running, this is my third election I've been running to get 1 minute of advertising or any mainstream media attention. Any type of free advertising would be great. But since I can't even get 1 minute of advertising, like Donald gets hours and hours of free advertising, I can't get 1 second. So it's sad in that way. We have such a censored country. That's a sad thing, it really is. But I'm not worried about it. Nope, no relationship with it whatsoever. No, I don't have a savior complex. I have a martyrdom complex. Yeah. It's more than a savior complex. Messiahistic, no, it's more of I accept the reality that I may be a martyr. That's okay. Doesn't matter. There have been many people who've tried to spearhead truth and justice and goodness in this world. I would just be one of the many. No, I don't have that resume. No, I didn't drop out of college. And technically I wasn't a t-shirt salesman, except the days that I was on Venice Beach selling t-shirts. I did that because the person I worked for was dying of cancer, and they needed money really bad. In some of the weirdest experiences of my life, which will be in my book, I actually worked for next to nothing for a couple that was facing massive bills from oncologists from 6-year battle with uterine cancer. And I really respected this woman and I cared about her. And on the weekends, I would take her junk, her antiques, and some t-shirts and go on Venice Beach selling the t-shirts that they had produced over the years. And it gave them enough money to eat. So I'm glad I was able to help them in a time of need. But I've always done things for others, and because I made a vow of poverty as a young man, I was never in this for materialistic gain. Unlike Nixon, who was obviously in it for the money, I would never become president to be like Nixon. Well, I tried to save her life. One of the most disturbing phone calls I ever got was a phone call from her asking me if her husband had been with another woman. And I'm talking to a woman on her last leg, like a year before she died, 6 months before she died, suffering from chemo and radiation. I mean, it was just horrible. And she called me up and she said, "David, is so-and-so with this woman?" And I had to tell her, "I'm not going to tell you a lie. He is with her." And I thought, memory, the whole idea of people like John Edwards cheating on his wife had cancer when he was cheating on her, that brings this to mind. It's just such a low thing to do when you're there with a woman who you were supposed to be married to till death do you part, and you're cheating on the woman that's dying next to you. It's just so sad when you think about it. No, Sarah's still here. She's a good woman. I'm just thankful to have her in my life. A persecutory delusion. No, don't suffer from that. No. Martyrdomistic, though. I see myself possibly having to face the inevitable assassination attempt. That's possible. Any individual that thinks that harm is occurring and is going to occur has this persecutory delusion. I don't have that. Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen to me, actually. I think there may be an attempt coming up in my future on my life, but I will survive it. I think it's safe to say that if you're running for president, you have to take risks. That's really what I'm talking about. It's just it goes with the territory. You can't expect to run for president and not face a tremendous amount of hate and adversity. Thank you. Yeah, she's great. Sarah's awesome. No, you're a liar, 356. It's pretty obvious you're a liar, too. Well, Carpet Dog, in case you didn't know, I pose the greatest threat to the existing status quo of any human being on Earth. If you haven't figured that out by now, there's something wrong with your crap detectors. Officials are testing the water in skincare products in a mysterious Wisconsin bacteria outbreak. Cheese! Was this a cheese epidemic? What's going on in Wisconsin? Health officials are testing water, skincare products, and over-the-counter medications, and interviewing patients and families to try to identify the source of an outbreak of bacteria that has sickened 44 people in southern Wisconsin and may have contributed to 18 deaths. Wow. And this bacteria is called Elizabethingia. But the investigation, which started in January, has not revealed the source. Well, some of these healthcare situations for elderly, you got people living in their own maggots. There are people in unbelievable, deplorable conditions in our country right now in nursing homes. They have bed sores, and those bed sores develop a maggot, and pretty soon their entire body is teeming with maggots. Yeah, this is exactly what could be the cause of it. No, I don't have look at Carpet Dog. You're of no value here. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I have never actually engaged in attacks on you. I'm sorry, guest 9915. I mistakenly banned you. I wish this system would work better. There you go. You can come on back in. Okay, Carpet Dog, you're gone. You're gone. Yeah, we're going to ban you. There you go. Yay! All right, so basically what you guys are doing, engaging in this nonsensical discussion, wasting my time and yours, is you're just killing time before you're dead. I get that. It's not unusual to see this type of mentality. I'm going to give you one last final parting statement tonight. I'm going to take you to a website that'll blow your mind. This is a website that many people think is an inside doorway or a back door to the powers that be. It's a website called Daigle.com, and it makes projections. Okay, I'm going to give you a picture of the website right here, and I'll give you a link. And I'll highlight the projections that it's going to make. This is going to shock you. Okay, that's the website. According to this website, the forecast for the U.S. population for 2014, well, our existing population in 2014 was 319 million. You can see that at the top. And the projection for 2025 at the bottom, you can see, is 65 million. This is a significant number. This is the projected population for the United States, according to Daigle.com, for 2025. So that means nearly 90%, yes they do. Nearly 90% of the population will be terminated in 10 years, based on their plan. Now, I'm not going to let that happen. Okay? Yeah, it's called depopulation. They've even been talking about it in the news. You haven't been listening? You should be scared. I'm trying to scare the living daylights out of you so you'll vote third party and write my name in. But yeah, this website, Daigle.com, is an official website forecasting population, industry, imports, exports, etc. Hey, go to the link, check it out yourself. I'm not making this up. This is something I think you all need to be aware of, because behind every war is a plan to depopulate. So of course they want war. Of course they want pestilence. Of course they want to stick glyphosate in our food supply. Yeah, they want to kill us off with tumors, and they want to drain all your money by charging you $5,000, $10,000 a day to go to the hospital. Well, you think it's a good thing because you've been brainwashed to think depopulation is a good thing. But in reality, there's no species of any creature on this planet that actually wants to depopulate except for humanity. Correct, that's an 80% decrease. But their target goal is 95%. Case in point, Ted Turner. Ted Turner has openly stated to the Audubon Society in 1997 that he wants to get rid of 95% of the population. He wants to see them gone. Yeah. I'm just telling you, information is good, right? You get to know the truth. It helps you. Makes decisions. You got a chance.
To stabilize the population. When I was born, there
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. You know. We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity so that each year the natural world gets poorer and less able to support the increasing number of people.
Basically, this guy who's soaked in tons of profit off of water rights and land rights, he's making money on his money every day. They don't care about the environment. They don't want to clean the water, the air. They don't want to produce more food for people. They just want to get rid of people. Says the man with a private jet, yeah. So he's not the brightest guy in the world. You know, he basically inherited his father's billboard business. That's how he became famous, much like Donald Trump. Donald Trump inherited $22 million from his dad. Claims he inherited only $1 million when the facts showed $22 million. Rubio said it was $100 million yesterday in the debate. So they really don't care about people, these elitists. Now, I'm the only candidate out there running against the tide of conservatism and liberalism that's plaguing our nation. You got the right-wing fascist Trump even using some of my ideas and misusing them and calling out the Muslims as the target. I would never do that. Then you got the left-wing communist Marxist idealist Hillary Clinton, who's proven time and time again to be untrustworthy and a liar. And you've got absolutely no government accountability, no oversight. So basically, we're in a very bad situation. I do believe that the climate changes occurring in our country really are happening, but they're being created by weather modification. It's even more sinister than that. They're literally poisoning the sky with pollutants that could actually kill us. I'm just telling you, I'd love to give you some chemtrail history, but we have a show on Monday. We can talk about this. Tonight's our anti-war rally. I'm trying to get you to understand that they have every reason to start war. Their goal is to get rid of literally 80 to 90% of the population in 10 years. So when you encounter all kinds of conflict in a room like this with people coming in, calling me names, they're afraid of me. They're afraid of what I could do. The most feared man in a country that's so corrupt is an honest man. And that's right. They're spraying us like bugs. Exactly. No, North Korea is not the one to lose most of their population. Have you seen China lately? China's in danger of losing a massive amount of population just due to the environmental damage they've committed, trying to keep up with our industrial ass. Trying to emulate what the American government did over the past 50 years, China is literally poisoning their entire population. It's sad, and it really needs to be reversed, and I'll certainly do everything I can to help China, but I need to help America. I need to focus on America. We've got a situation with Fukushima in Japan that precedes all others. We have to deal with Japan, make sure that Japan can cap this terrible drain of radiated material that's going on in their country. All right, look at a typical day in Beijing. It's just crazy. It's a super smog that they've got there. And the people that will mostly die in the future will be suffering from the eating of horrible food raised in sewage, like some of the tilapia products coming out of China, or the dangerous chemicals and lead that are showing up in our water streams, especially in the Yangtze River, where they dump old cathode ray tube TVs to rot with cadmium and lead and mercury draining into the water system. So yeah, this prognosis, this potential of getting this country down to 65 million is pretty intense. Their net goal really is 6.7 billion for the world, which is down from 7.1 last year. So yeah, most of the people will probably end up dying in America based on this prognosis. But China definitely will suffer. My MiG? I don't have a MiG. What are you talking about? Isn't this depressing? Just the look of this soot and smog and all the terrible things in the atmosphere? Well, if you think that's depressing, you should see what they're dumping over the skies of northern Australia or southern Australia. Wow. Okay, I guess this comes to the end of our extended broadcast. Thank you for coming in and enjoying our show. We can always talk about other things on Monday when I'm back. 5 to 9, maybe 5 to 10. Don't have a baldness problem. My hair looks great. This is all my hair. Yeah. You got nothing on me. Absolutely nothing. I'm not a criminal. I have no bad record whatsoever. I've got no bad political history. You got absolutely nothing on me. And you come in here trying to attack my veracity and decency every night. It's amazing. I know that evil does exist, and I think it lives in the heart of some of the trolls in here. I think some of you are being trained to be narcissistic sadists. Psychology Today did a study of troll activity, and they found that you are narcissistic sadists. No, never been to prison, never committed any criminal act, never had baldness, got a good head of hair. I never hit on two 20-year-olds. I'm really turned around and they were talking about me. I never even talked to them. Yeah, the weather forecast is always predictable. Smoggy. It's pretty serious. So thanks for coming into our show and really, understanding what America is all about. We are not the mainstream media. We are talking about things that are pertinent to you. I'm the only candidate out there talking about 9/11 possibly being an inside job. Trump won't commit to that statement. I'm the only guy out there talking about ending war. The Republicans and Democrats want to continue a ground war in Syria. So clearly I've got them both beat there. I'm the only guy who wants to establish legalization of marijuana as recreational use, meaning everybody will be able to grow it, smoke it, but if you sell it, you have to pay a tax. That's a simple plan. I'm the only guy out there who wants to stop GMOs in our food chain and mitigate the control that Monsanto and Dow has over our food production. I'm the only guy out there who wants to stop fluoride in our water system. Another good reason to vote for me, because I will make it mandatory that every city municipality cut the fluoride drops in the water system. Stop it immediately. And if not, I will be charging them with a crime and they will be arrested. A federal crime. Nope, Jesse's not said any of this stuff. And I've been ahead of Jesse since the 90s. Frankly, I've been working a plan to actually build this third party since 1978. In 1978, I went into an argument with Milton Friedman. I talked about, prognosticated the downfall of our economy. And I was a person who actually was trying to build a third party even then, but I was unable to actually build it because other people were in my way. For one, I needed to be 35 to run, so I had to wait till 1995 to really pull this off. But in 1998, I met Sarah, and we put together this concept together, and by 2005, we were up and running with the Cool Rock Party. And by 2008, we created America's Third Party. Jesse never created a third party. He never did anything to establish these good goals we have in our platform. I don't have a baldness problem. My hair looks great. Yeah, Vaughn is being attacked. They're trying to shut me down. Vaughn is censoring us here, by the way. Yeah, it's been happening since we got word that Mark was a Trump supporter. So yeah, we're looking forward to broadcasting on other networks like the new blogtv.ca. That's coming out. Jesse's a guy who likes money. I'm not into money. His settlement with the Chris Kyle lawsuit is indicative of that. Yeah, we have been shut down on our show, big time. Yeah, blogtv.ca is, I don't know if he's going to knock it out or not, but that's coming. They're 60% toward their target goal. Jesse's a guy who's part of the status quo, just like Alex Jones. These guys, they're into money. I'm not into money. I never made a penny on this. All my ideas are original. Jesse's got nothing on me. Every single one of our ideas is original. And none of these people who copy me can even keep up with my idea generation. We can actually solve problems on the fly, unlike Donald Trump, who basically borrows ideas like mine. His healthcare crisis solution was a joke. It recently got repackaged and it doesn't even resemble what he originally said it was going to be. Donald Trump's healthcare solution is going to cost our nation $800 billion, according to the best estimates. Yeah. Even if he were to nullify Obamacare, which I plan on doing, it's going to cost $800 billion for him to implement his expanded Medicare system. Crazy. Yeah, I'm not in it for the money. I'm not a shill of the New World Order like Alex and Jesse and all these other shills. I don't work in any way at altering your views by manipulating you. I'm merely giving you solid facts that I've gleaned from the internet over the years of deep search. And with the help of people like you, Scissor Fight and others, we've got great links. That's the funniest, weirdest quote ever. Yes, Bernie's tax hikes will cost $15 trillion. And need I remind you that I have absolutely no tax gouging whatsoever in my plan. That we actually plan on creating a hybrid capitalist solution to our country's problems, and it's all in our book. It's available at AmericasThirdParty.com. And go to the store and click on the store. You'll see the hybrid capitalist solutions for America. Well, the white top teeth are pressed on veneers, and I decided to wear them because I paid $600 for them. And I don't waste money, so I wear those, and it helps me smile. But eventually I'll afford the bottom veneers, and you won't be able to talk about them. But if I didn't have these on, my teeth are normal. They're fairly normal, but they're yellow. So you'd be complaining that my teeth are yellow if I didn't have these on. Are you with me? No. No, I can't eat with them. I can slurp with them. I can eat fruit cocktail with them. But I can't effectively crunch down on a big piece of beef. It's what's for dinner. Well, I could drink coffee, but I'm almost out. Sarah gave me a good 40 minutes of time tonight, break time, and I really appreciated that. You know, aside from installing a urinal where I sit, I can pretty much do a 4 or 5 hour show without any breaks. But no, never been gay. I have no interest in gayness. I've often wondered what makes people gay. Chemtrails are bad because they're polluting your sky. They're lithium and all kinds of things. No, these are not anchored. These are press-on veneers. They can pop right out. Well, maybe it's people like me that make people gay. I don't know. I mean, I seem to exude a lot of sexuality. A lot of people are attracted to me. And maybe they're fantasizing that I'm going to be, giving it to them really hard. But I'm not that kind of a guy. I'm very, very shy, really. Somebody said, "Are you a porn star?" I said, "No, of course not. I wouldn't take my clothes off for camera. Are you kidding me?" There's estrogen in food, yeah. Well, it is kind of like blog TV. It's going to be similar. You have another link for me? You've only been turned on by me, huh? Wow. See, a lot of you people are becoming homosexual simply because you have nothing else to do with your time, or maybe you're eating a lot of beef byproducts filled with hormones. Who knows? Is it a gay is a brain issue? It's from abuse? What do we have here, Scissor Fight? A guy on top of a cash register? With an ostrich? That is bizarre. Well, I think I've seen enough of that. See, you've already got me to go 15 minutes into my extended show. So now I have to go the full hour. You know, I don't really measure people based on whether they're a troll or not. I see all of you as helpless, sheep-like human beings, hoping for future solutions. I mean, you're not that dissimilar from a bunch of sheep going, bah, bah, bah. I'm just telling you. I'm helping you get guidance here. Let me bring this in. Let me give you my true role in life, in case you didn't know. I'm a shepherd. I'm a shepherd of men. And I've come here to bring my flock in. So will you be my flock? Bah. Oh, you poor little sheep. I'm going to take care of you. Come into my flock, sheep. Join me in this effort to save this country. Well, my credentials is I have a tested IQ of 185. I graduated top of my class in high school of 770 students. I was a victim of affirmative action and rejected by 4 major universities, not because I didn't have the brains, but because they wanted average African Americans in place of me. Consequently, you got Barack Obama, a person who doesn't have a lot of brains. Instead of a person like me who's filled with intelligence, you got this poser who reads off a teleprompter. Well, let's be clear. Well, make no mistake about it. And I technically could be black. I can change color. What color would you like me to be? Asian? Hispanic? What background would you like? I can do anything you want. I have a multitude of different colors. Green, purple. What color would you like me to be? Would this be a good color? My fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Instead, ask what you can do for your country. My fellow Americans, tear down your pants. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook. I did last after a Playboy magazine, and I'm cancel free. No, I can be any number of presidents. I never had sex with that woman, ever. But the fact is, I'm me. You gotta be me. So yeah, we gotta bring you in. We got the flock out here. Let's bring you in. Come on, get some. Well, Abraham Lincoln had a very high voice. He talked up at these registers. 7 years ago, our forefathers. Yeah, he was a very kind of a funny guy. Abraham Lincoln had one hell of a sense of humor. I knew Abraham Lincoln, sir, and you are no Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so you want to say hello to my little friend, Mr. Sosa. Don't ever screw me, Tony. Don't ever screw me, Tony. Oh, Mr. Sosa. No. Okay. We got a lot of pollution here. We're going to have to reel this pollution in. Let's get that pollution under control. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. Hi there, DT Laura. Let me bring my face back. This is a little bit too much. Well, that was fun. That was the David Shepard hour. Kind of like the Shep Huntley hour without the homosexuality. Or Shepard Smith. Yeah. Dateline NBC. With Shepard Smith. Oh, he's actually a Fox reporter, right? Yes, my hair is the color of toxic pollution. No, this is not middle-aged man's delusions of grandeur. I don't have any delusions that I'll be president. Not at all. Just humor me for a while and realize that you're screwed and you're part of the perhaps 80% of our population that'll be exterminated under the two-party system. And then sit back and realize that you're contributing to your own fate by doing nothing. I know. My fellow Americans, ever since Ronald Reagan became president, the Georgia Guidestones were put in stone in Georgia. He was the one that approved the New World Order plan to take our nation and turn it into the 911 to the rest of the world. No, I don't use Red Tango. Yeah, that's all you're going to do until they cut your benefits off, and you'll be going, huh? What happened? I lost my benefits. Ooh. And they'll be running around, and pretty soon the only place you'll be able to find a solution will be at the FEMA camp. So believe me, their plan to actually turn you into a FEMA camp victim will be twofold. One, they'll initiate the pandemic. Then they'll order everyone to have a forced vaccination. And then if you don't comply with the forced vaccination, you will be sent to a FEMA camp. If you do agree to the forced vaccination, it will include an RFID chip that will be scannable by robocops. Robocops will be online in 2 years. We've got very little time left to build this third party. We have very little time to talk about others, tell people all about a third party. We've got very little time, period. Now, I showed you Daigle.com because it's a serious link that you shouldn't forget. When you look at prognostications of the future that show that our country will have 65 million people in it, and you see how these are legitimate accusations and statements, you're going to have to wake up soon. Your days are numbered. This earth is getting more and more polluted every day. And we don't have anybody standing up to the two-party system and the status quo. The world will keep turning, but the rich people want to get rid of 90% of the population. I don't think you understand that. Well, you call it paranoia. I just showed you statistics, man. I mean, I couldn't lay it out any better for you right now. I'm giving you my best shot, and if you can't accept it, it's on you. Forest near Fukushima is now riddled with mutations. This just in from Scissor Fight. Read a book for dummies about how to be a polite guest. Don't expect people to be nice when you're making remarks unbecoming. That's right. World War III, you need to recognize, show some respect in the room. FEMA camps are all over the place, Reptoid. Yeah, you're rich. You'll know soon enough. Even the rich people will be forced to go to the FEMA camps. It won't matter. Pandemic or no pandemic. Forest near Fukushima is now riddled with mutations. From thedailysheeple.com. We need more pictures. According to a recent report by Greenpeace, which cited several international peer-reviewed studies, the forest near Fukushima is beginning to show signs of radiation-induced mutations. As seasonal rains wash away contaminants in residential areas, it's becoming a radiation reservoir. Apparent increase in growth mutations of fir trees, heritable mutations in pale blue grass, butterfly populations, and DNA-damaged worms in highly contaminated areas. Woo! Wild, man. No, I don't. Look it, guys. If this is something that you think is a joke, you come to the wrong place to do laughter. Because this is not the time to be laughing. This is the time to be crying. If you don't recognize that I'm actually trying to warn you about the imminent doom you're facing, I mean, just look around you. Everywhere you turn, they're literally dumping chemicals in the air. It's a normal thing now to see the skies riddled with chemtrails. Seriously. If you're in denial and you're saying, oh no, these are contrails, they'd never do that, then you're an absolute idiot. And if you don't wake up soon to what's happening, and we don't build a third party to challenge the corporate-controlled two-party system, you might as well write your own death warrant. Seriously. You can say it's not going to happen all you want, but that's their plan. Now, I hope it doesn't happen. I hope I'm able to help stop it from happening. I hope somebody wakes the country up to the corruption that's going on from beneath the veneer of government. We've got a shadow cabal-driven government running our country. Ever since John F. Kennedy had his head blown off, and it was a lot worse than the pictures, believe me. They did some original black drawings on his face when they got the Zapruder tape. They actually darkened the area that was just blown clean off his head. You didn't see how much of that head was destroyed. Well, ever since then, the thugs killed our president. The thugs have been running our government. I'm just telling you, this is how it is. The next president that inherits this mess will be either a thug or a better person than any president we've ever had. Hopefully it'll be me. Because I really believe I'm going to be able to solve this problem because I can get ahead of it. They'll try to kill me, I'm sure, but bottom line is somebody's got to try to stop this, and it's got to be done soon. Because if we don't stop it right now, they are literally going to take and destroy your future. They will drain you of every dollar you'll ever have with their ridiculous healthcare costs. They'll create tumors in your body by polluting you. I'm going to leave you with a simple fact. There was a product called Cyclamates. In 1971, they created Cyclamates. Cyclamates were actually really safe, but they couldn't produce a lot of them. They couldn't mass produce and they couldn't quantify because Cyclamates were like stevia almost. They went into your sugarless drinks and they made everything taste sweet. So they couldn't make money on it. So then along came saccharin. And saccharin alleged to have better things going on, different chemical breakdown. But they actually had just the same effects as cyclamates, but cost a lot more. And ultimately, the negative effects of saccharin were discovered, and they found out that this product, saccharin, was developed as rat poison. Rat poison. It's sweet. I mean, ants like it. Ants liked it because they could eat it and they would die. So they ended up changing saccharin because it had a bad rap because of that, and they altered the biochemistry of it, or the chemistry of it, and they created what is now known as NutraSweet, aspartame, which is slightly different, but again, was designed as rat poison, as ant poison. So now every time you go to a restaurant, you'll see those little 0-calorie containers over there. The only one that's safe is made out of stevia. All the others are extremely dangerous. There's xylitol that looks pretty safe. Xylitol is interesting. Stevia and xylitol, but every other zero sweetener out there, I challenge any one of you to take it home and put it on top of an anthill. You'll watch that anthill die in less than a day. I guarantee it. Yes, it is rat poison. So they are that inconsiderate to put rat poison on your table. You can imagine what they're going to do in the event of a major epidemic. You can imagine what they're going to pretend like is necessary. They're going to force vaccinations on you. The vaccines will probably have cancer-producing agents like they currently do, like Nagalase. Look up the word Nagalase, and it'll open up the door to all the weird, dangerous, tumor-producing chemicals that they put in vaccinations. So they're going to end up trying to kill you one way or another, whether it's the 0-calorie sweeteners that are rat poison and ant poison on your table, whether it's the air pollution that's dropping, God knows what they're dropping in the air, whether it's Nagalase they sick in forced vaccinations, which has been known to cause cancer and tumor production, or you name it, the endless radiation drip from Fukushima, which they refuse to even acknowledge is a problem. They're going to end up killing you one way or another. So I'm just here to wake you up in time to realize that you have a political alternative. And that is a pretty simple solution here. All you have to do is remember my name and write it in the upcoming election. That's it. Now, do you remember my name? I'll give you some help with that if you want. Yeah, okay. That's all right. You forgot my name already? That's okay. It's David Sponheim, and you're to catch the wave by joining the voter revolt and writing my name in, David Sponheim. All right? Thanks. Thanks. Surfing USA. Well, thanks for coming in, everybody. It's been great. Surf's up, dude. Ride the wave. Vote for Dave. Wow, I can't believe I made another 5-hour show. Look at that. 5 to 10. Well, actually, it was 5:30 to 10. It's a 4.5-hour show. There's something uncanny about everything. Nothing is exactly as it appears. I can't do one more hour. We're getting good at this. You know, you may think I look gay because you're secretly attracted to me. And you don't know why you're getting excited just looking at me. So you're projecting onto me that somehow you think I'm gay when I'm not. Yeah, well, let's all get high. What do you say? What do you say we kick back on a Saturday night and just enjoy ourselves? What do you say, huh? How are you going to get high? You going to stand on top of a building? Are you going to go take a brave walk outside and breathe chemtrails? How are you going to get high? Well, thank you. Well, Sundays are a joy. I plan on taking Sarah out somewhere, maybe for a walk on the beach. We can pick up radiated pebbles, take them home and turn off the lights in the bathroom and watch them glow in the dark. You're lighting a doobie, you might as well enjoy yourself. As long as you're in a legal state that you can do that. By the way, I am going to legalize marijuana. First thing I do. All right, everybody, this has been wonderful. Let's see what we have on tap for tonight's shows. We got videos all the way into the evening, till 2 in the morning. We got lots of cowbell now.
Apparently, there's this idiot going around, his name I won't mention, says if you watch this video here, it proves 100% that ISS is real. Well, I've had a quick look at it, and what I'm going to do is prove how it's 100% fake. I'm just going to skip, this is in German or Dutch, I'm going to skip, you don't have to really hear what they're saying, to about 41 minutes and 18 seconds. Okay, let's just go to 41 minutes. What we see here, supposedly, is these clowns in a supposed ISS space station looking out the window and showing us this beautiful...
We're going to look a little PK truth tonight. Going to talk about how they lying to us about the ISIS, and we're going to have some of that for you. I think it's an Australian accent. PK is from Australia. Aussie. He's an Aussie. I think he is, yeah. Okay, here we go. Adios, amigos. It's been fun having a show tonight. As you know, the anti-war rally has prevented war for nearly 2 years now. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Take care. Yeah. We've stopped the war. It's amazing. How do you think we got out of Vietnam? Do you think it was Richard Nixon that decided? Well, it was, technically, but we really didn't need to fight another war. But Iraq and Afghanistan came, and here we are. They're still talking about war in the Republican and Democratic Party. So this is a galvanizing reason to form a third party, everybody. Stop war. All right, good night.